everyone. It's me, Raquel SSG, also Raquel SSG 2211. How everyone's doing? Hello, Mr. Peabody. How are you? It's a crisp morning here in Western Australia. How are you? I'm doing good. Haha. I am packing. There are selling the house and I have to move. And rentals in Australia are hard to come by. Hopefully I'm praying and hopefully you'll find a place. Hi. Hi, Castle. Hey, Mora Kitty. Meow meow. So it's okay. I have a tent. Oh, so camping? I'm not really big on camping, to be um to be honest. It's on my Discord, but I'll send you a link. Moira Kitty, hold on a minute. Where are you? No, we wouldn't want to do that. Ah! No, that's not what we want. Ah, there you go. Yeah, I'm trying, Moira. Alright, you should have it now. Yeah, I just put it in there. So if you're like in my Discord server, you have the streamer link is in there. I'm not gonna put the link in the chat tonight. So if you want to be on the panel and I know you, just send me a message. I'll send you a link. But yeah, I'm not really big on camping. Really, I like to be inside where there's AC, um, you know, mattress, and uh, stuff like that. I don't like to sleep on the floor. When it's hot and humid. No thanks. Um, but last time I was on a camping trip. It was like when I was a kid. And somewhat had fun. Like I like the horseback riding. Horseback riding was fun. Um, and I did some fishing. Haven't fished in a long ass time. Nothing better than sleeping to the sound of rain on a tent. That's true. Like rain can put you in a sleepy mood. And I did watch I would say this past Tuesday I did watch the Star Wars Ahsoka live action TV series. Both of the episodes subpar at best. There were some problems with it, but I still find it still somewhat find it enjoyable to watch regardless. Um, I don't know how you get stabbed with a lifesaver and, you know, survive. And I think that's like one of the problems I have with it. Yeah, like many people are not really liking this, not receiving well. I think episode 3 comes out next Tuesday, and I think it's only I think it's only 8 episodes. So the last episode will be October 3rd. And to be honest, I'm rewatching Star Wars Rebels because it does like somewhat take place after Star Wars Rebels. So I'm like, currently rewatching that because it's been a while since I've seen that. There's other shows I haven't seen. Uh, Bad Batch, like I like to watch. The Mandalorian, I haven't seen. Boba Fett, I have not seen. I'm to be honest, I'm more interested in watching Bad Batch because it's CGI animated. Live action's okay too, but I'm more of a fan on animated stuff. To be honest, I haven't seen any of the films. People have been um, talking about Oppenheimer and Barbie. Not really interested in watching those movies. I maybe watch them um, when they're on streaming services. Oh, I messaged him on Discord, Moira, so he should have the link. Yeah, he should have the link because I sent him a message on there. But to be honest, since I've been um watching Ahsoka and rewatching Star Wars Rebels, I definitely want to go back and watch the movies again because it's been I don't know how long. I'm more of a Star Wars fan than Star Trek. I mean, I'm not really familiar with Star Trek that very well. Um, just some of it really, but I really haven't watched the original series with William Shatner as Captain Kirk, I think. And I've been watching some anime as well. I've been watching Um. Oh, what's the name of it? Shoot. What's the tip of my tongue? Um. Oh, Helk. Yeah, I've been watching that. Helk. Um. No, Helck. I'm sorry. Um. It's the plot is about well humanity celebrates the defeat of the Demon King by the hands of a lone hero. The denizens of the demon world prepare for the contest of a lifetime, a tournament to decide who would inherit the title of Demon King. So I've been watching that. I think I'm like episode 5, I think, on that. Ahsoka was never in the movies. She was a side story. Ah, hello, Chris. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. Who's there?
Oh, a little bit of everybody. My neighbor,
Ah,
Laura. I was having cam issues, so I ended up,
okay.
yeah, it took me a minute, but I'm here. How are you?
I'm doing good. The
I,
shoulder the Mandalorian. Mm-hmm.
oh,
Have you watched the Ahsoka TV series, like episode 1 and 2?
no, I don't think so.
Ah, okay.
On Disney?
Disney Plus. I don't know where else you can find it.
The website is pirate stuff.
Oh.
I could probably find it.
Yeah, I think Laura.
Hey, Moira.
Hey there. I'm sorry, I was just trying to help him get all set up. I was like, why did you not click the link yet? And he's like, I am trying. Like, everybody ran for it. Oh no.
Yes, I have a ghost with me.
Yeah, the ghost is Moira.
Yes, that is my cute little ghost. So how do I chat with that?
Oh no, you don't. What you would do is like you would open another tab and you would have YouTube stream going. You'd have that. You could talk there.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Chris is a recently new YouTuber, so he's just learning the ropes how to do this.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Thank you for being patient with me.
No worries.
But yeah, I use OBS Studio so I can use multiple cameras. Of course, that was only for the stream part. The other thing, I want game streaming. So I'm like testing my waters and all. Like this is my first panel with someone. So.
I have no idea how to use OBS Studios.
I tried once and it crashed my computer.
It's not as complicated as it looks once you get into the nitty gritty of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the hardest part was figuring out that if you set up a scene, then you can transition between those scenes. And I had a hard time figuring out how to do that. But there's a special mode you can put it in that makes it really easy to do. So, if I
Sorry.
Anyway, if there was going to be I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. So I like it because I can switch between the full game view and the camera at the same time, or just the full game. But in stuff like this, it's almost easier just to have just a regular camera. So like I don't know. I find it's more complicated when I'm trying to do this than it is on the other side of things, where this I might not even show my camera sometimes just because I'm shy.
I get that too. I don't like to be on camera that much because it's just my preference, really. Yep, OBS, you have to close it to use your own cam. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it was weird. That was the whole thing about getting into this. I had to close this uh, to get my cam to work with it. It was weird. So I had to close it and come back into the link to get it to actually work.
Hmm.
So, oh, Maura's on here. Oh, yeah, she said she was going to go in the chat, I think. But anyway, no, I haven't seen those. I would like to. I really did like The Mandalorian, but that was the last thing I actually watched.
I haven't. To be honest, I haven't. I'm rewatching Star Wars Rebels because it takes after Star Wars Rebels is like somewhat a sequel to Ahsoka, from what I'm understanding. So I'm rewatching Star Wars Rebels just to refresh my mind. Um, but I haven't really seen The Mandalorian or Boba Fett.
Yeah, and the Boba Fett one, actually, that looked pretty cool. I want to see that. He was always one of my favorite characters and so intriguing. Yeah, the new spin with the having the sun, like, yeah, the whole, it was just an intriguing storyline to me.
Yeah, there's some Star Wars stuff I haven't really watched. Um uh, yeah, let's see. I haven't seen Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker movie. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Let's see. I haven't seen Han Solo. Haven't seen Rogue One.
no.
There's like a animated TV series called Bad Batch with I think about the clones, really.
Yeah,
I like to see that one. So there's like some Star Wars stuff I haven't really seen yet.
that's cool. Yeah, I saw Rogue One, but out of that list, that's the only one I've seen. It was really good, though. I liked it. It was worth a good watch. But
Oh yeah, Mr. PBS says I think the new season of Andor is coming out this month. Oh yeah, Andor. Thanks for reminding me. Haven't seen that one either. Yes, please drop a like and share the stream out. And if you like what you see here, subscribe. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I haven't been streaming for a couple of weeks. Because I've been on vacation and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm getting back to the swing of things.
nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what topics were you wanting to kind of discuss this evening? Or do you have any
Well,
plans?
when I usually do a hangout like this, we can talk about anything really. But the rule is here we don't talk about politics
Oh,
or
yeah.
anything related to the coof either.
Okay.
That's so yeah, those are the only rules, and yeah, but so we can talk about it whatever.
Any new games you've been into?
Uh, there I haven't really done that for a while. Ever since I streamed and rest, like I said, I've been on vacation, so I haven't really playing much games. I do need to finish Gotham Knights and Hogwarts Legacy. I'll be probably getting back on that tomorrow. Um yeah.
How do you like Hogwarts Legacy?
I'm having fun with it. Gryffindor, the lion. Roar. Go
Yeah.
Gryffindor. I having fun with it. I'm currently finding all the field guide pages in Hogwarts. Having fun with that. Um, I want like I'm flying on the broom, stuff like that. Um, Unfortunately, you can't really play Quidditch in that game, which is a shame.
That is
Um,
a shame. I wonder if maybe they'll do a DLC later.
that's what I heard. They're supposedly releasing a DLC that you can play Quidditch. I just don't know why really. I don't know why they decided not to have Quidditch available in Hogwarts Legacy game. I really don't know why. Um, but I guess it's how it is, really. I got back into some old games, Command and Conquer. I'm not really familiar with those games. Chris says, "That's cool. How do you like it?"
Yeah, I they were decent games. They're like strategic. I mean, just shy of being a tower game almost to me, but I really like them. They're fun games, like Battlefield Strategy. I think, if I remember correctly. Now he's got them on the 360. Heck yeah.
Used to play on computer, but now got them on the 360. Okay, dokie.
I've actually been noticing that a lot lately. Although the Xbox is getting ready to close all the 360 servers.
Yeah, they're getting ready for that to do that. Yeah.
Uh, but I've noticed a lot of computer games and console games have been like merging lately across the board, like from AAA
Yeah, like
full stuff. Like
I'm not surprised that sooner or later the PS4 will be in that same regard.
yeah, is the PS3 in that regard yet?
I don't know really. As far as I know of the old consoles like the PS1 and the PS2, PS3, um you can still play those. I'm not really sure, to be honest, if the servers are up on PS3. I'm assuming not really, but I do assume you can still play games on the PS3 regardless. It's just with the Xbox 360 and shutting down servers, and the PS4 sooner or later is going to be the same thing. Um, those consoles are pretty much going to be like a brick at some
Yeah,
point.
yeah, because if you don't like as well, the PlayStation 4 I don't think is as bad, but I know Xbox requires the Game Pass, or not the Game Pass, the Gold Live account or whatever to have um, gaming access for some games. So I know if you're trying to do any of those online games like that, they won't work. So like without those servers up and running. But I noticed that I think the article I saw that they were talking about was actually just the Xbox 360 store. So like I don't even know. I think once you've downloaded your games, you're okay. If you ever have to like redo your hard drive, that's going to be when it's going to be a difficult issue to get your games back. I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But
Moira says Chris needs his headset.
yeah, I saw that. I might have to grab my cable and plug it in and see if I can get it switched over.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to ruin everything.
No, you're good. Mr. Peabody says Windows 10 and up closes you out. So I run on older system and 360, but not online.
Oh, that's cool.
And Windows had a falling out with Creative, so can't use Sound Blaster.
Oh, really? Wow. I'm glad I didn't spend the money because I love Sound Blaster. uh, Sound Blaster was the best thing in the day. I bought a really nice refurbished sound card for my computer.
Mm.
So good. You could hook any. I could have hooked up a guitar up to it and used it as my amplifier, like the computer, my amplifier. It was so you could any instrument you wanted, you could hook it up. It was nice. I'm sorry, I'm a nerd.
Ah, no worries. It's all good.
Shoot, if anybody knows how to trigger me, he mentioned Sound Blaster. That's actually the headphones I would hook up. I was going to put on my headset, actually. So,
Mm.
yeah, they use it's a creative X-Fi Air. They have some sort of sound processing that tones to your ear shape using sound waves inside the ear cups. And then, like, so I have a file that I download from their servers onto my headphones every time I have to, like, update them. And that actually gives me a surround sound feel inside the headphones, like, for my ears. It's kind of cool.
All right. Sounds cool. So, like, yeah, like, since, like, not everyone has, seen Ahsoka, um, Star Wars Ahsoka, sorry. Um, People are having a big problem with this, with, the episode 2, um, that Sabine, who's, like, one of the characters of Star Wars Rebels, um, gets stabbed, by a lightsaber, and she survives. So maybe, like, everyone's like, and I agree with them. Like, Han Solo got stabbed in a lightsaber. He's dead. Where's he? Um, uh, Qui-Gon Jinn. He was stabbed with a lightsaber. Darth Maul was literally cut in half, and he survived. Um,
Darth Vader, he was
uh,
cut into bits, and he was put back together.
yeah, yeah. Um, so, I guess it's like, a very blurred line, I guess, because you have, um like, you're right, Darth Vader, like, he had his legs and one of his arms chopped off with a lightsaber by Obi-Wan, and Darth Maul was cut in half as well, and he survived.
Yeah,
So, uh so yeah, some of the characters that got stabbed, like Qui-Gon Jinn, Han Solo, they didn't survive, but the ones that got cut in half, they survived. So I
yeah.
really think it's really a blurred line, in my opinion. And so, uh yeah, so it's, with Sabine surviving her stabbing, people are saying she should have died, she should have died. And, like, I'm remembering, well, we got two people that got cut in half, and two of them, another two characters got stabbed and they didn't survive. So I just see it that it's like very blurred line, a very gray area, in my opinion.
So, well, where did she get stabbed in the body?
I would say in the abdomen area,
Okay, and it was like straight through.
straight through. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, see, honestly, in real life, though, you can survive a lot of those gunshot wounds, stab wounds, stuff like that, because your organs kind of shift around sharp objects as they come into the body a little. It doesn't always necessarily pierce things. So, like, there is a possibility. Well, I mean, a lightsaber is gonna just like cauterize and cut whatever, but it's a possibility.
Here's my problem with it. If
Yeah.
if you get stabbed through a lightsaber, yeah, your insides are, like, melted and cooked and stuff like that. Um, what so, I kind of see why they should have been dead, but at the same time, um, like Sabine survived. In my mind, in Qui-Gon Jinn and Darth Maul, there, uh, um, yeah, Darth Maul was literally cut in half. In my opinion, he it was so severe of an injury. In my opinion, he wouldn't like be even alive. That's my opinion because it was such a severe injury. Um,
Well, Mr. Peabody here says that it was could have been a spinal shot, but they moved it. So I wonder if maybe well, in real life we can rebuild the spine. So I wonder, in more advanced technology like they say they've got in Star Wars, why is it not possible to rebuild it? Of course, that's how they rebuilt the other characters that had the issues with their lower bodies that were cut in half. They survived because they were mechanical after that more than biological to a degree. So
yeah,
I think you're right. I think it's more like there's a gray area there because of the, it depends on, there is still a limited technology.
right. So let's see. Let's see if I can find a picture of it. Okay.
I still didn't say Padme. It's so cute.
So here's the shot. She gets stabbed through right here.
Okay. I mean,
But
it's a little higher than the maybe kidney shot.
mhm,
That's still survivable. It didn't go through her lung. I mean, and if it did, it's just at the very bottom.
the front of it, like the front part of it, is like right here.
Yeah, well, maybe that's like it's a lung shot. For sure, from that angle.
Right.
But it's not a heart shot. Like,
but when she was in the hospital bed, it showed that the stab wound was right here.
see,
Which is not correct. So I agree, Mr. Peabody. They did remove the where she got stabbed.
yeah, they moved it over or down a little.
Yeah. So
that's probably just a slim mistake with the CGI. Like they just a little misplacement for what the character was going to do in the rest of the series, or maybe they didn't realize the character was going to be so popular and wanted to keep them in the series.
Yeah, Mr. Peabody has a point. Lightsaber isn't quarter sized, but you're cooking the insides, which is correct. Their medical didn't say Padme. What? Save 8? Grr, I can't type. Per T cordon size. Okay. Was a nurse that is fatal close enough? WTF is wrong with my keyboard? I don't know.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that I come all the way down the hall. The medical, they were able to save that girl from getting run through her torso, but their medical couldn't manage to save Padme. What the fuck?
I
I mean, they felt this shit cauterized when she got run through, don't get me wrong, but it's like that bitch died in childbirth and you couldn't save something that people have been dealing with for like thousands of years, but you say the chick had gotten impaled with a saber. Really? But
like I said earlier, in my opinion, Darth Maul was cut in half. He shouldn't be alive.
Pop culture.
same with Anakin Skywalker. He shouldn't he lost his legs and one of his arms, and he was almost cooked alive. Like he shouldn't be alive, in my opinion. So uh, to me, if they're saying getting stabbed by a lightsaber means you're not instantly dying from what they're saying in Star Wars Ahsoka, then where's Han Solo? Where's Qui-Gon Jinn?
Well, and actually, didn't Yoda get taken out by a lightsaber? Well, I mean, it was
Who?
kind of weird. Yoda?
Yoda? No. He's good. He's I don't think so. I don't really think so. But
Oh,
like
well, it might be
you
a
know
wrong timeline, too.
speaking of which, Mace Windu, um I don't think he's like I would be surprised. No, I would be surprised if he was alive because, well, he lost his hands and he fell off off a building. So, like in my mind, he's not coming back. But I don't know. Maybe they would surprise us.
Right.
Hello, pop culture. Oh, I'm sorry, Pop Culture Republic. There's so many pop cultures, I'm losing track.
Oh, yeah, I'm not trying to be offensive either.
Look what a lightsaber did to the blast door. Agreed. Haven't seen the episode yet, but I think there was one point people didn't take into account. With lightsabers, the temperature of the plasma braid a thousand of degrees easily. This is going to have a repercussions. Instant effect of the body. I would think. I'm imagining water boiling and expanding instantly. This would expand in the body. So yeah, like why did Darth Maul survive? Why did Anakin Skywalker survive? Their injuries were much more severe than rather getting stabbed by a lightsaber. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and what she got though, like, would have left an entire hole seared through her, and like had scar tissue all the way through. That would have been really painful and raw for a long time. Like she wouldn't be laughing or moving around at all. She would definitely be like, if she survived, she would be jacked up for a long time. It would be it's a hole. It's like those silly comedies you'd see in the day where they would have a hole through them. Like I remember there's a stupid movie called Kung Pao Into the Fist, and he punches a person and punches an entire plug out of the person, and it's like a hole you can see through. It's goofy, but it technically would be that way with a lightsaber. It's like
Right.
just like a glass door.
So like what they're saying in Star Wars Ahsoka, and in my opinion, yeah, Anakin Skywalker and Darth Maul shouldn't survive their severe injuries what they got with their lightsabers. That's just my opinion. And I do also agree if you're getting stabbed with a lightsaber, you should not able to survive. So it's really bizarre that Sabine survived a stabbing with a lightsaber.
Yeah.
When all the others, like, Qui-Gon Jinn and Han Solo died from. So it's definitely some
Well,
inconsistencies.
on the Han Solo part, though, I think he wasn't part of the Force. He was an older man at the time too. He was like
Right.
not necessarily the healthiest, and she was a Jedi, which is in charge of the Force, very healthy. So, like, I mean, it's just like we have athletes that can survive something that a normal person can't, or vice versa. You know, healthier people. It could be one of those things too. Like, he was almost elderly by the time he was lightsabered, I think.
Hello,
So-
DD Myers.
He might have died more of the fall, because didn't he fall to his death afterwards, after he was lightsabered? by his son. Like, I mean, he might have died of more of a heart, you know, uh, sadness as much as. So I don't know.
Hmm. Pop says, unless I'm wrong on it, would think it would be somewhat explosive to that side of the body. Even if she was hit around one side of the body, that side of the body would well go pop.
I mean, you're probably right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Peabody says she was a Mandalorian Padawan learner. Yes, Beam is a Mandalorian Padawan learner.
But wait a minute.
Ahsoka walked away from Sabine. She never finished her Padawan training, so she is not a Jedi Knight.
Oh, I thought it was more like that because if most people holding the lightsabers, I thought were dead.
No, yeah,
I'm
if
gonna have
when
to go
you're
watch.
a Padawan, you have that little braid thing beside your neck. Um, that's one of the customs of being a Padawan learner, but you don't see that that much anymore after the Empire took over. So yeah, it's you had to keep your eye out, really which one's really a Jedi Master, Jedi Knight, and who's the Padawan. But I think you can pretty much discern that pretty quickly, really. But yeah, Sabine is definitely not a Jedi Knight, Jedi Master. She's a Padawan learner.
Oh, okay. Okay. My fault. My fault. I just I'm gonna have
No
to go back.
worries.
But yeah, she definitely looks in better shape than Han Solo did when he was stabbed with the lightsaber. No, I mean no offense to Han Solo, like
Mm-hmm.
her character, but like, I don't know. There's a difference. Personal opinion.
I like there are speculations with the what's his name, um Merrick or something like that. I forget. Um, Merrick or I, I might be getting their name wrong. Um, yeah, I think his name is um Merrick or something like that. He's an inquisitor, but you don't. He's a mysterious um individual because his identity is hasn't been revealed, but people are like speculating that it's Ezra, who we haven't seen since he space jumped with those space whales at the end of Star Wars Rebels. It's a good speculation, but I don't know. Like I guess we'll have to see.
Right? That's cool.
Pop Culture Republic says, I guess they have to undo the canon from the as Star Wars Rebels were canon SP question mark. A real Jedi was training Sabine to use the dark saber. Nope, it was Ahsoka, not a Jedi Master, who was training Sabine. Yeah, Ahsoka, she is not a Jedi Master. She left of her master Anakin Skywalker um in the Star Wars Clone Wars TV series. So she never finished her training as a Jedi.
Uh, that's interesting to know.
Yeah, unless they addressed that in the episode. I don't. I think they did. I'm not really sure. I had to rewatch, but I think they did. Um, Ahsoka did say that she did not finish her Jedi training. So yeah, she did mention in the TV show that she did not finish her Jedi training because she walked away from her master, Anakin Skywalker. She walked away from Sabine when uh to yeah, so guess Ahsoka was focusing something else at the time. So yeah. Yeah, I don't want to spoil like, and I'm not gonna really spoil things here, but um, you have to like watch the episode. I don't want to spoil anything really to anyone that you haven't really haven't seen it or and wants to see it. I haven't watched the episode, so I don't know if they mentioned Kanan training Sabine or not. Mm, I don't think they did. Again, I'll have to rewatch it, but I don't really think they did.
So where does this come from in the storyline? Is this all like? Is this post Republic or pre Republic? I guess the Republic's still in control of large portions.
No, the in the Ahsoka TV series, um the Empire has fallen.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Sabine, oh, Kanan was training me, but he's dead. Can you continue training me, Ahsoka?
Oh, cool.
Well, I don't want to spoil anything here because if you really want to see it, like, I'm not gonna spoil things. You'll have to see it for yourselves. Um, but my review of it is subpar at best. Do you have your headphones on, Chris?
No, I'm grabbing them.
Okay. But yeah, like even though it's subpar, I'm still enjoying watching it. Um, I would definitely say one besides the Ahsoka and some of the Rebels characters. One of them really standing out to me above the rest. Um, was Balin Skull, who was portrayed by the late Ray Stevenson, rest in peace. He definitely set the tone um uh, on on the first episode, and I in my opinion he stood above the rest of the actors and actresses. I would say he was really good in those two episodes, and it's just really sad that he is no longer with us. And rest in peace, Ray Stevenson. Um, I think he was oh, what's that one character's name? Um,
I'm not sure. Can you hear me better now?
yeah, I can hear you better now.
Okay.
Um, one what's his name? I'm drawing a blank. But I
Right.
know he's in the Marvel universe that is related to uh Thor. One of the three warriors. Um
Oh,
oh um
thank you, Peabody.
I think he was Volstagg. Yeah, Volstagg in one of them Thor movies.
Okay.
Um yeah, yeah, he was Volstagg in the Thor movie.
Hmm.
Pop culture says I probably have a chance to watch it this weekend. I have to care about something uh, to worry about spoilers, and I don't really care about Disney Star Wars. Fair enough. Mr. Peabody says crystal clear, Chris. Good, good. Yeah, you sound a lot more better. What you were like, not on headphones. You sound really somewhat distant, but whatever.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I like the old school Star Wars than the Disney Star Wars for sure. Just my opinion. Um,
I agree. I really
but
did like The Mandalorian though, but when I watched it, but of course, like I said, I didn't watch like the second season, I think, and so I don't know what's going on anymore. And
mm, that's I haven't like I said I don't know what's really going anymore either. Like I said, I haven't seen the Rise of Skywalker movie. I haven't seen Rogue One. I haven't seen Han Solo. Haven't seen The Mandalorian. Haven't seen Boba Fett, and I haven't seen what Mr. Peabody mentioned um earlier. I think it was what was it?
I think it was coming up. I think it was uh, I can't remember. I'm looking back to see if I can find it.
Yeah, let me look
But
it up.
yeah, Mr. Peabody, I understand. I'm 43 and I'm kind of old school also.
Yeah, Andor.
Andor,
Uh,
that's right. That's right.
there's Mr. Peabody thinks there's another new season of Andor coming out this month. Um, and then there's Bad Batch. Um, too. Speaking of which, the final season of Star Wars Clone Wars, the animated TV series, I haven't seen either. Definitely wanna watch that since it is the final season.
Right.
Um, yeah,
That's been
that's definitely stuff I really need to catch up on. And watch. Like I said, I am rewatching Star Wars Rebels. Since it Ahsoka takes place after that, so I'm
right.
rewatching that. Um, but yeah, like regardless, um, like I said, I am more of a fan of old school Star Wars instead of. I'm iffy with Disney Star Wars at best. Regardless, with this series of Ahsoka so far, it's subpar at best, and I'm still somewhat enjoying it. Regardless.
That's cool. That's cool. Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I do agree there are some problems with it.
Yeah. Mr. Peabody says, I have all the original toys. Yeah, that's cool. Got to be cool. There were uh there were a lot of cool toys back in the day. I think they became cooler than getting army soldiers in my opinion back when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember when Star Wars came out though. That was before my time even. The first
I
one.
believe it came out. Um.
I'd have to look.
I think it was in the 70s. So 77, I believe.
Yeah, May 25th.
Mr. Party says 77. Pop Culture Republic says 77.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, in the 70s. So it's been that long.
It's a couple years before I was thought of.
I wasn't. It's been. I wasn't around for a long. um, I would say. Let's see. I would say episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Uh, I was around. The earlier ones, I was not. But
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
trying to.
like the first Star Wars. I remember when I was a kid, I saw this VHS tape. Yes, a VHS tape. If you don't know what that is, go look it up. Um,
Right?
but yeah, and it said, I think it was The Empire Strikes Back, and I watched it, and I'm like, holy cow, I'm loving this. It was like I was at the edge of my seat at the whole time.
Right.
And I asked my dad, like, what is this? Is there's more of it? Because I like to see more of it. And he's like, yeah, there's more of it. So I saw the rest of the so I watched the rest of the movies, The New Hope and The Return of the Jedi. And the ones I um at the time I was um watching also at the time, that involves in my generation, was The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones.
Oh, right,
Um,
right.
I did see the only movie I saw in theaters with Star Wars was The Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, right, right. That was a good one.
Yeah, I saw that in the movie theaters, uh, and it was quite enjoyable to watch.
That's cool. Okay. Oh,
Toys came out 78. Okay. Pop culture said it was a blast to see in the theater. Nothing like it before or since. Mr. Peabody, Chris will like this because no, Chris will like before I saw Star Wars. Brought the Chewbacca figure.
that's interesting.
Excuse me. I
Interesting.
was only 7 years old.
Right.
Pop Culture Republic says, sadly, theater I saw it in when it first came out and isn't around anymore. Aww.
Aw. Right. Yeah. So I know when The Empire Strikes Back came out on video, my parents probably rented it. That's probably the first time I was ever introduced to Star Wars. And so then we had to go back and I had to watch the first one at some point. But we rented videos a lot. So, I mean, when I was a kid, that was what we did on a Saturday night or, Friday evening is the family would sit down and watch a movie.
Mm-hmm.
I know, well, that, and then we had drive-in movie theaters. So I remember seeing Rocky 3 and a couple. It was a three first. So we sat there and watched 3 movies at the drive-in movie theater, and Rocky was one of them. I think Rocky 3 or Rocky 4. I can't remember. I was little, but it was fun. I to be able to go and pay for 3 movies and
sit there. I wouldn't want to do it in this heat we're having right now, but that's
Oh,
a different
definitely
story.
not. Like I don't know what where was I exactly, but my family and I were watching uh basketball, not on TV. We came out and there's this huge um oh, what do you call it, movie billboard screen that was showing Star Wars: A New Hope, and I really wanted to sit down and watch it, but we're like, we're like on our way back home from the basketball game. Like, I haven't been to a drive-by theater in I don't know how long. Um,
Right,
the last one I think I saw in a drive-by theater was the original Avengers movie. And
right,
weirdly enough, my former girlfriend at the time, um, uh, she's a friend. Um,
right.
just just clarifying, she's just a friend. When I say girlfriend, I don't mean we're in a relationship or anything like that. She's just a friend. Um,
Did you say a
we're
drive-by theater?
Yes, I didn't want to say anything. It's a drive-in theater, drive-by theater.
I mean, I guess if
Promote.
you're in a bad neighborhood,
well, I
That
call
that's
it I call it a drive-by,
like
but you're
tobacco.
correct. you're,
more archaic.
I just called it a drive-by theater, but yes, you're correct. It's a drive-in theater.
That's hilarious.
so um my former girl friend at the time, um you know we're like we're high school friends.
Right.
um we were watching the first Avengers movie, and right behind the big movie screen we saw smoke. um One of the buildings got caught on fire, I guess,
Oh wow.
and we could hear the fire trucks being deployed. And like this is interesting. We're watching a movie and also seeing a fire being put out at the same time.
Right? A double show.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
great double feature.
Well, I didn't
uh,
see any fire. It's just like smoke. What I was seeing.
I mean, still like
Right.
that's still funny to a degree. I mean, I hope everybody was all right. I'm not
Well,
like
I hope so too. Like, but it was kind of humorous.
right.
First time I saw Star Wars was A New Hope, one with the re-released it in 3D. Says Mr. Peabody.
Ooh, see, 3D movies are fun. I I really got to check them. I check out more of them. But
You have those glasses with the red and blue tints in them.
yeah, the new ones are kind of cool because it's like it is polarized, but it's a little different. It's not red and blue anymore. Like
Oh, it's not.
no, it doesn't. Well, it doesn't like make the whole screen look red with one eye and blue with the other. It actually all the colors come out. They're actual colors, but some things just kind of pop out of the screen.
Hmm.
It's actually kind of amazing. I don't know how they're doing it. I was pretty impressed the last one I went to. I cannot remember what it was, but I swear I took one of my kids to one. I'll have to ask them. I'm sure they know. Yeah, oh yeah, I have to wear glasses over glasses too, but I'm used to it. And the ones they have are kind of light, so and they're disposable. You just throw them away afterwards. So it was kind of different. I'd never seen anything like that. I
Mm-hmm.
figured they would be. I brought them home with me to try and use them on my TV. It didn't work, but still.
Yeah, I don't really think there's a lot of movies in 3D nowadays. Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, it was probably a cartoon, but I don't know what it would have been. I mean, I remember we watched Incredibles 2 in the movie theater. It's a very strong possibility it could have been something like that, and which is, I mean, however long ago.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was a. I was so excited for that movie to come out.
Well, the first one came out like in, I would say, the early 2000s, like somewhere
Yeah,
like that.
definitely.
Yeah, 2004. That was when I was first starting my freshman year of high school.
Oof.
Yeah,
Uh,
so and the Incredibles 2 came out in 2018. So yeah, a bit of a
mhm.
wait with that one there.
I don't know how or why either. I never ever learned why. I think it was just they didn't expect it to be as popular as it was, and just people just latched on so much. They and
Moore says, Jesus, Raquel, now I feel old.
uh, that's awesome.
I mean, I feel old. Like with these kids these days don't even know what a VHS tape is. They don't even know
Right?
what Blockbuster is. They don't know what a
Yeah.
CD player is. Like, jeez,
Yeah, but I could do the same thing here probably. Like, have you ever heard of an 8-track?
8-track.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Or a reel to reel?
well, I know a real is, but an 8-track. No, but I do know I do know cassette tapes though.
Yeah, the bigger versions of cassette tapes. Cassette tapes became what a reel to reel is technically, but
Yeah, I'm not really
it's
familiar with that.
literally the same as I'm sorry, what was the other one I said? Not 8-track. An 8-track is like an oversized cassette tape, and they were put in cars in like the 60s and 70s probably. Um, but it was kind of like a cassette tape that you could flip over. I don't remember how many songs it have on it, but uh, there it was music. It was all music. But yeah, I would say cassette tapes became what an 8-track used to be. Like,
So this is what an 8-track looks like.
y-
Apparently,
yeah, that's yep. And you would just slide that in the 8-track player in your dashboard, which
this
is
right
the
here.
bottom left. Oh yeah, that's a handheld. I've never seen one of those, but no, go to that bottom left picture with the blue.
This one right
Yeah,
here.
yeah, that is an 8-track player.
I wouldn't know. Really, I'm more familiar with cassette tapes.
Yeah, yeah. Thankfully, oh, you couldn't flip the 8-track. Okay, Mr. Peabody remembers. Yeah, they were definitely interesting. But the only reason I remember them is because my dad had refurbished an old uh like stereo unit, and he let me have his old one. Well, it had an 8-track player in it, and I mean, I remember listening to like Elvis Presley and all kinds of stuff on that old 8-track. So it was, yeah, Mr. Peabody. Now I feel old.
Darn kids. Wait for their parents. Ouch.
Right.
Pop
Well,
Culture
more.
Republic mentioning Laserdisc to some would freak them out.
Oh yeah, those were cool too.
Mr. Peabody, I still have 2 VHS players. Track, no reel, to reel, still have. 8
Yeah.
track, you couldn't flip. Okay. Pop Culture Republic, there was also VCD, a video format that used regular CD media to record video on. Quality was on par with VHS, and you could only get an hour of content on a CD.
Mm,
Uh, Morris says, weren't Laserdisc look like shiny records?
yes, they did.
I wouldn't know.
They
Way
but
before my time.
they were I had never seen anything like it. I only saw one in my in all my days. They were pretty popular for people who could afford them, but I wasn't in that group.
Hmm.
So,
Like, when I was a kid, like, we had Blockbuster, VHS tapes,
mhm.
CD players. There was no DVR at the time.
Yeah,
Just like live satellite TV. I remember, like, when the newspaper came in the morning, there would be like a TV guide in the newspaper.
yeah,
And I will like look at it, and it'll tell me like which channel would go, which channel I want to watch, and what time my favorite TV show or program would be on. So
right.
that's how it was back in my childhood days.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. The TV guide would come out. I thought,
and
and
a little later on, they put like on one of the channels they put like a
the guide
TV,
channel.
the guide
Yeah.
channel a little bit later on. I
Hmm.
remember that, but if you like it went it went it went down and went up.
Yeah.
Um, if you missed it, then you have to sit there for like I don't know for 5 or 10 minutes till it go back.
Yeah.
What are the channels that you want to see? And like I'm not gonna sit here for 5 or 10 minutes like to come back around. I'll just look at the TV guide in
Yeah.
the newspaper. Or like forget this.
Right. Yeah, because you'd have to go through all the channels that you didn't have, and then you'd
Right.
get to all those music channels at the very end, and there'd be like 10 of those. And you're like, what the heck is all this? And there'd be like 20 HBOs.
Yeah. Like, my satellite TV at the time only went to like 100 channels. That was pretty much it. Um, and no flat screen TVs. There was
Right.
just those big cube
Tube
t-
TVs. Yeah.
uh, TVs. Like, I had the Sony one. Um,
Right.
like when I look at those today, like how in the world did I even see what's even going on screen because it looks fuzzy as fuck.
Yeah. Thinking back, it does, but we didn't have anything else, so
No, we
you
didn't.
were used to what you knew. But I noticed Mr. Peabody says, "I will know the longest tape cassette you could get was 120 minutes." Oh yeah, but that's also why CDs came out, and they had to be equal length as tapes because people didn't want to change the amount of tracks on an album.
Hmm.
So
Um, Pulp Culture Republic. Look up the Star Wars Laserdisc box set. You would have bragging rights if you can find one in good condition. Good
yeah,
luck.
yeah, that
For
was
what
pre
Mister
HD.
Pop Culture says. It looks like a CD that was as big as a vinyl record.
Mhm. They had a
Uh,
weird carrying case, the one I saw. My buddy's dad was a postmaster back in the day, and like he had, they had one, I guess, and I never. That was the only experience I'd had with them. But yeah, they were. It was cool. It's a different technology, but everything was kind of expensive, so it didn't stick around. And DVDs came out shortly after that and just took over the market. So
mm, uh, PCR. Like I'm pop. I'm gonna call you PCR. If you don't mind. I still have Laserdisc player and a small collection of movies. Awesome. Yeah, I'm all for physical media.
you're right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of fearing that digital is going to take over, and then we're going to lose access to all our digital content somehow.
I hope not, because I really love physical media.
Yeah.
Mr. Peabody, Chris will know this is the longest tape cassette you could get was 120 minutes. Cassette tape you could flip.
Yeah.
PCR big rear projection TVs. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Nemesis of Eden. Hello. Popping in to say hi and leave a like. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Well, thank you for
Yeah.
stopping on by. Hope your evening's going well. I'm just pretty much chilling. My day's been pretty relaxing. Mr. Peabody, if you remember back, we have record players that would play both sides.
I didn't know that. A record player that would play the bottom two at some point. That's
Like
really cool.
I was just thinking about this the other day. Really, um, like with cars nowadays, usually you have to put the key in to um start the car.
Right.
Nowadays, I'm seeing more and more cars that don't have that. All you have to do is have your key in the car and click the start button and start the engine.
Yeah.
Um,
It's kind of
it,
freaky.
it's weird that cars are coming a little bit more automated with that
Yeah.
because the cars I grew up with, you have to turn the key to start the engine.
Yeah.
The um the windows back in the day, um the handlebars um was the on the doors. You would
Oh
roll
yeah. Yeah.
down that handlebars and roll down the window.
Right.
um yeah, there were like later on they put like nowadays you just like click the button to bring down the window or put it up. um but yeah, like back in the day, you have to roll down. If one rolled down the window, you had to roll down the handlebar for the roll down the window.
Yeah. Well, and that's
Uh,
where the word or the term "roll down the window" came from, because nowadays you don't have to roll anymore. It's just put down the
no,
window.
you just click the button and like goes up and down pretty much.
Right.
Now we have like, okay, unless you have the key, just click the start button to start the engine instead of the turning the key.
My biggest problem with that is in reality, um, you could actually set something up to get those frequencies for that key from like building what they call a Raspberry Pi
Mm-hmm.
and a couple like frequency things built in or like built on top of the thing. You could set it up to read those frequencies and go steal someone's car more easily, in my opinion. And so like I haven't really embraced that technology yet, but I've worked for car dealerships in the past, and it's been around for, well, probably
Oh, I
close to 10
I
years.
also forgot to mention cars didn't have GPS when I was a kid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
to use an actual map.
I know. And have you tried to look for those recently? It's like they don't
No,
exist
I haven't really. Like haven't
unless you're
really
on a
looked.
highway.
I haven't really looked for those really, to be honest. I
Right.
mean, it's the same thing with a phone book.
Right.
You don't really see those anymore.
Mm-hmm. Unless
Um,
someone has to sit on one. I have not seen one in years.
I haven't seen a phone book in years. Haven't really seen a map in I don't know how long. Um, the last time I saw a phone booth was when I was a kid. That was pretty much it.
Right. Oh, I hate to say this, Raquel, but I have to work tomorrow morning, so I got about 10 minutes, and I'm gonna have to pop off here.
Alrighty, that sounds fine.
So, but yeah, no, I meant like that. I noticed Nemesis of Eden was saying that they have a manual window. It makes a difference if you say drive into a body of water by accident. And yeah, that's the things I worry about having all electric everything, because you can't. Oh, Admiral Teague, hello. Um,
Hey, Admiral Teague, how are you?
but you can't. Yeah, you can't open that stuff if you would have an incident in a body of water. And when I was 16, we were out at the lake, it just hanging out, and we watched these ladies drive off the end of a dock. They didn't know that they were driving to the boat dock, and just drove right in. We actually helped them out of the water, and then as the tow truck got there, we took his chain and put it around the bumper of her car and helped him pull it out. So it was, it happens. It's a good thing that
But
people are
yeah,
responsible.
right. Like since you know, Nemesis of Eden has a point. Since we don't have those handlebars to roll out of windows, what happens if you um accidentally drive yourself into like a lake, and you're pushing down the button to put the window down, doesn't work, then you're fucked at that point.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yes, Thelma and Louise. I wish I knew. They were so happy that someone was there. uh, yeah, that was an interesting evening. I think we snuck. I was young, so we might have snuck out of the house for that one, and nobody ever found out until we were adults that we helped these ladies out the water.
I don't believe I ever seen a movie called Thelma and Louise. I don't think. I don't think so.
Yeah, what
If you
was it?
accidentally drive into a lake, you shouldn't be driving. Well, that says for everybody that driving with their cell phones.
Yeah. Well, this was before cell phones, and it was super dark that night. They were driving down a road around the lake, and it ended up going into a parking lot. So I don't know why. I don't know why they missed any of the markers, but all of a sudden it was just sheer darkness in front of them, and well, yeah, I couldn't figure it out either, to be honest.
Right.
The Peabody.
Like the couple days ago when I was, going for one of my appointments on the way back home, this dude, I'm assuming, was on his cell phone. Um it was like there was like gravel on there was gravel on the curb where they were doing construction. He hit the gravel and hit the curb to the point he almost lost control, but he quickly recovered. And while I was thinking someone was not paying attention and was looking at their phone.
Oh, right, right. Honestly, I see it every day in traffic, and I mean, don't get me wrong. I've been caught on my phone, and it's helped remind me reasons to stay off my phone while I'm driving. So, like, I've been trying to really not the older I get, but yeah, like I see people all the time in two lanes. You pull up there to find out what's going on, thinking maybe they, something medical. Nope, that's because they're on their phone, their heads down and looking at their lap or their steering wheel or something. Like, gosh, just no.
I mean, I understand if you're like, if you're using a car that doesn't have GPS and you're using your phone for GPS, that I can understand that. Um, but
True, I could see that.
mhm.
But the other thing is my phone talks to me and tells me, and most of the time it's pretty accurate. I've I've used Android and uh, Apple's version, and I've usually, I say this with a grain of salt because it's probably an 80% ratio, but I usually get to going where I'm supposed to go on that, using the voices. So I mean, to be honest, the GPS technology has come a long way.
Oh, it
That
has.
these days people should not be having to stare at their phone for that, and I'm I'm gonna bet that most of these people are not on their map. To be totally fair.
Mm, I'm that's really up in the air. Like I know most people are using, like not most people, but not all are using their cell phones for GPS because they don't have a GPS in their car.
Right.
But I guessing there are some people out there that are not using their phones for that reason.
Right. Yeah. I'm I'm a very patient person until it comes to driving behind or in front of people that are driving recklessly, in my opinion, and then I get fired up. So like that, I'm going off of anger. I probably shouldn't be talking about this.
Road rage.
Right. So,
Yeah, like if you're seeing if you're seeing something like that, is just you know pull back as far as you can.
right. Right.
Don't flow.
Oh, I do.
Don't follow so closely behind if you're seeing that.
Oh, I don't. I drive around. If I have extra lanes, I will go to the far lane and go all the way around someone. I don't take any chances anymore. I've seen too many close encounters and semi trucks running people off onto the
Oh
shoulder.
shit,
And
man!
I don't know. I've driven a lot of miles to see some crazy things.
Right. Pop culture. Sounds good. Yeah, you're welcome. More than welcome to come up on the panel with us.
Yeah, in fact, he's probably gonna have to take over my spot because I've got a couple minutes and I gotta jump out. But it's
Yeah,
been
work in the
fun.
morning. Well, thanks for
Yeah.
coming on.
Thanks for having me. I really
Mhm.
enjoyed it, and panel or like the commenters, I really enjoyed the flow. I felt like it was a good evening. So thanks
Mhm.
for having me.
Well, thanks for being here.
Appreciate that. Appreciate it.
Anything? Well, do you anything planned on your channel, or I don't know.
No.
Are you still playing that Submerica or how you
Oh,
say it?
Subnautica. Yes.
Subnautica.
In
Uh,
fact, yes, I did save that hardcore just for doing on stream, but unfortunately, my job, I work for our state fairgrounds, and it's getting ready to come up. So, it's gonna be a rough next few weeks for me. So I probably won't be doing any like actual streaming for a little while. But hey, Pop
okay.
Culture Republic.
Hey,
Oh, hello.
Pop. How are
Hi there.
you?
I'm doing well.
Mm-hmm.
Hello,
How are you doing?
Christopher. I'm
Hello.
doing well.
Pleasure to meet you.
Oh, same here. Let's see. Trying to get my mic just right. I'm trying a lot of new stuff
In
on my
Australia,
laptop
you
here.
can't touch your phone when driving. My car has full connection. I don't need to touch my phone. It is linked.
That's cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So, well, I'm gonna get out of here. Leave you guys be. You have a great evening.
Well, thanks for coming, Chris.
My pleasure.
Hopefully you get a good night's sleep before you have to go to work in the morning.
Oh yeah. But yeah, no, like next time you get on, let me know. I'll try and jump on. If not, we'll catch you sometime soon. But
Absolutely.
heck yeah. Well,
All
I'll
right.
talk to you all later.
All right. You have a good night,
Okay.
Chris.
Yep. Later.
Bye.
All right. Nemesis says, anyways, gotta go get my exercise in before it gets too cold. Have a wonderful night. Wait, too cold? Where are you? That is
Too
where it's too
cold.
cold.
Goodness. Here in
Well, like,
Texas, like a
Yeah, it's
gazillion
like
degrees outside.
Yeah, like where are you? Like, please tell me where this is.
So I keep hearing everybody talk about the Ahsoka like it's not good, which is unfortunate. I had some hopes that it would be all right, but unfortunately, it doesn't sound like it's all that good.
Well,
I haven't seen it yet, but
it's subpar.
Yeah.
In my opinion, there are problems with it. It's with what I just said with the with Sabine getting impaled with a lightsaber and she somehow survives.
Yeah.
That's my problem with it.
I
But the rest,
always have problems with that, but yeah, I'm looking forward to checking it out on my own and kind of seeing for myself.
Like I said, I'm more a old school Star Wars fan than a Disney Star Wars fan. But regardless, with the series, Ahsoka being subpar, I'm still enjoying it regardless.
Yep.
I'm like, in my opinion, the character who really stole the show wasn't really Ahsoka, but Balin Skull,
Yeah,
portrayed by the late
the
actor
The
Race,
Sith looking character.
Sith looking character, but mostly a
Mercenary.
mercenary. Yeah.
Okay.
Who was portrayed by the late actor Ray Stevenson. Rest in peace. To me, he stole the show, and he really set the tone for the first episode. In
Oh,
my
yeah.
opinion, he hit he hit all the marks really. Like
That's cool.
it's
That's kind of
it's
what
just
everybody's saying. It's like
Mhm.
his character was it, and unfortunately, the actor passed away.
sadly passed
yeah.
away. So sadly, you're not going to see a lot of screen time with this character, which is quite a
Yeah.
shame. Like, to be honest, I wouldn't really mind seeing more of this character.
Yeah, unless they were able to recast, I don't know. Unless his
Mhm.
character, unless they kill the character off screen, which
Mm.
they'd probably have to do or something.
I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
Like with like who knows when the second season is going to be in production. I mean, the would I don't know. Like I don't know what
Yeah.
David Filoni has plans with this character, especially with with the sad passing of Ray Stevenson. I'm not really sure how they're gonna take care of that going forward. Like
Yeah.
they could possibly kill the character off or recast the actor.
Yeah. Now, if you want to talk good Star Wars, I do have things I can fire up my desk cam and kind of show off Star Wars
sure.
memorabilia. Okay. I have no idea if this is going to work. How's my audio sound?
Your audio sounds fine. Oh,
Okay.
you're Canada Nemesis. Speaking of which, I saw this early this morning. Let me see if I can get it on screen here. No. Oh, the Star Wars trilogy.
Yeah. This is an oddity. This is all 3 Star Wars movies box set, but it is a very rare format. It is VCD. It's not VHS. It's not Laserdisc. These are video CDs.
Oh,
So
okay.
you've got the movie, but on CD format.
Okay.
So yeah. There we go. So first half of the movie, second half of the movie.
I just saw this today on Truth Social. Truth Social. Europe Digital Service Act is now in force. Large online platforms risk heavy fines if they fail to police hate speech and disinformation more aggressively.
Wow.
Saw that today.
That's crazy. So
Ahsoka is crap.
Yeah.
Everybody says, "Hey, George Lucas."
George Lucas.
Yes, Ray Stevenson did pass away, sadly. This past May. Wasn't really specified. How he died. All right, I'll send you a link, Mr. Peabody.
Yeah, impressive. But Mr. Peabody says impressive. I still have them on VHS. Yep, I have them on VHS as well. I'm going to set these aside because I do have the Laserdisc box set. So I'm going to set these aside and bust out the.
Hey, Waste Keiko, how are you?
Now this is heavy as I.
Holy, the big book.
Yeah,
Looks like a binder to me.
it is. It
Okay.
is. Pop this open, and if I can get it underneath my camera, there
I
are
see.
the laser discs.
Those are really big.
It is. It's huge. See, the one thing us old Star Wars fans will sometimes joke about is how Star Wars has made us hoarders because you can't stop at like the first movies on VHS. You have to like pursue the toys, and then you get the toys, and you have to get the comic books, and then you get the comic books, and then it's like, well, you got the comic books. What's next? Well, the different variations of movies on different formats and different media like Laserdisc and VCDs. This is part of the Laserdisc box set, which is really wild. That is a big, heavy book.
Looks like it. Like I guess I'm a hoarder too because I have a lot of anime and manga books.
Yeah. This is the THX Laserdisc program.
Ooh.
You can probably find these pretty reasonable on eBay.
Nice. Like if you can't find it on Amazon, go to eBay.
Yeah. eBay, Etsy, what have you.
Etsy is like, more for like more like art stuff, really.
Yeah, let me bust out one of the actual laser discs. So people who have never seen a laser disc, see, this is a chance I get to be, I don't know, informative or educational. Like, here's something educational for somebody who has never seen a laser disc. As I bump into my
It's
microphone.
definitely educational for me because this is like way before my time, so I'm not really that familiar with laser discs.
There we go. All right. Big,
now that
shiny.
looks like more like a record to me.
Yeah.
But it looks more
it's
like
about the size of a vinyl record.
Okay.
It's shiny on both sides. So again, long before DVDs or Blu-rays, we fans.
I have to say that it's the biggest disc I ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah, this gives you an idea of what we fans were playing around with way back in the day.
Do you have a laser disc player?
Yes. It still functions, and it I still have this huge rear projection TV that's like 20 years old.
I'm assuming those are really expensive and hard to find.
They're not too terribly expensive, but they are getting increasingly harder to find.
I would say same with VHS players. Like I have a DVD and VHS VHS player,
Mm-hmm.
which I got from Best Buy, but you can't really find them over there nowadays.
Yeah. No, I've got a oh, I can't remember the model number off. It's a Pioneer brand.
Okay.
Is that one way back in the day? Pioneer was making like the top of the line uh, TVs and such, audio video equipment, like late 90s, early 2000s. I'll go ahead and kill my camera since that was kind of like all of the show and tell for tonight.
Oh, thank you for the show and tell. I really
Yeah,
much
yeah.
appreciate
I
it.
wanted to
Like,
share that with Star Wars fans who have probably never seen what a Laserdisc was.
mm-hmm.
And these were the widescreen Laserdisc box set of the Star Wars trilogy. So this is the unaltered movie back before, way before Lucas ever decided to do like the special editions with the big explosions and whatnot. This is the unaltered movie as it appeared in the theaters.
Wow. So the ones on DVD are altered then?
Yeah, yeah. If they're released recently, they're going to be the special editions
Mm-hmm.
on DVD and Blu-ray. They're going to have like the updated special effects where you get a ring around the Death Star as it explodes, as opposed to just a giant explosion, great ball of fire that goes off in all directions.
Mm.
So that, and it's also the famous bit where the aspect ratio is widescreen, just as it was in the movie theater.
Mm. So the special editions are redone. Okay.
Yeah, they're redone, and they're also most famously the bit where Han Solo shot first, or Greedo shot, then Han Solo shot back. So if you hear people say Han shot first, they're referring to that
Oh, that
scene.
scene.
Yeah, that
The
scene where Greedo shot and then Han Solo shot afterwards. So that was an alteration to the original movie that George Lucas made, among with so many other changes to the movie.
I know the other changes was the Yoda puppet, how the because the puppeteer, the way they moved the Yoda puppet with this mouth, they corrected that also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was little changes, like changes to how lively Mos Eisley looked. Like in the original release, it didn't look all that lively. And then when Lucas re-released it with the updated special effects and all that, you had more traffic in the background, more alien creatures walking around and whatnot. Made it look more lively, like a lively spaceport or city that trade and commerce was active on. It was kind of a distraction in some ways because it was either a out of the way city on a desolate desert planet, or it was an active hub of commerce. So the special effects were kind of mixed. Got mixed reactions from fans. Now those people wanted to look up the despecialized, what's called despecialized editions that are floating out there. I can't recommend it because it's those who are selling the high seas on the internet, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing I recommend people doing, but there are people, a fan-driven effort to find like original film negatives
Mm-hmm.
and of Star Wars, and they've gone back and scanned the original 35 millimeter film negatives, then correct the color, correct the aging and whatnot on the film negatives, and released them.
Could you like? I'm not really sure. Can you get the original version of the movie on earlier DVD
There
set?
is a, if I'm not mistaken, there is a original DVD release that is out there
Mm-hmm.
someplace. I'd have to look it up. I've seen. I want to say I have seen one version on DVD floating around that was released before Lucas decided to alter them and re-release the specialized editions, as he called them.
So there's supposedly one that has been unaltered on DVD somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. We'll never see the original versions on Blu-ray unless Disney says, "Okay, we relent. We will release the."
Unless Disney says otherwise.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, there's like some Disney movies that are not on DVD. They're still on VHS tapes. Like
Yeah, yeah.
what are the Xeon movies? Like the original Disney Channel movies. Like some of them are not on DVD. On sadly, like Xeon is one of them. Yeah, I like the. I mean the later seasons of the original Muppets show, like
Hmm.
that hasn't been fully released on DVD, sadly.
Yeah, yeah. I have the original trilogy on VHS. The VHS box set was released in both square format or 4:3, and then the widescreen edition.
Hmm. Like I
Yep.
got the first first three seasons of the Muppet Show, and it was supposed to have season 4 and 5 released, but for some odd reason that was canceled
Mm-hmm.
and never released the Muppet Show on DVD, and
Yeah.
to my knowledge.
Let's see. Wes Cagle says he had the set of the original trilogy on DVD that contains 2 discs for each film, one special edition, and the other contains the films. As y'all, that's cool. That's probably rare at this point because collectors and old fans like myself have been looking for those to add them to our collection. Because, like I said, some of us, I've heard people over the years kind of jokingly complain about how Star Wars made them hoarders, like Pokemon in a way. We got to collect them all. Like we got to collect all the toys, all the action figures.
Well, about that, like you have to correct all the books. I'm not really familiar with the books, to be honest. I'm more familiar with the with the movies and some of the
Mm-hmm.
TV shows, but not really the books.
Yeah, yeah. I have a lot of the old Star Wars novels, like oh goodness, the name of it escapes me. The Mind's Eye, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
The novelization that was kind of a sequel to Star Wars before Empire Strikes Back, because Lucas was uncertain if Harrison Ford would return. So he was come up with a sequel idea that was pretty much Luke and Leia without Han Solo. That was Star Wars: The Mind's Eye or something. I've got the novel floating around, but it's not handy on my desk at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's not within arm's reach of my desk. But yeah,
That's
there's a
okay.
lot of older Star Wars novels, the Han Solo trilogy, things like that. And then Timothy Zahn came out and wrote quite a few novels himself. The Heir to the Empire. There was the Dark Horse Star Wars comic books out there. There was the Marvel run of Star Wars comic books. I've got an incomplete set of Marvel Star Wars comics. I'm still hunting individual issues to complete that run of Marvel Star Wars comics.
Okay.
Yes, Admiral Teague for the win. Splinter of the Mind's Eye. Yes,
Splinter
that
of
was.
Mind's Eye. Okay.
Yep.
I love Emerald T says Disney is not smart enough to release the Muppet Show. The rest of the Muppet Show,
Oh yeah, yeah. If
apparently
Disney would just,
not.
yeah, if Disney would just give fans what they want and release all these on like Blu-ray or even 4K Blu-ray, whatever, they would make money hand over fist. Like another show that Disney did that they will probably never release is the Tron Uprising series. It was like an animated.
The original Tron movie had the TV series.
No, not the original movie. This was this is an animated series that lasted only one season called Tron Uprising. I think it was
okay.
the plot of it was situated between the first and second Tron movies. It kind of
Okay.
continued on with Tron and the other characters and that universe and the computer, the grid, whatever.
All right.
You
that
can
sounds-
probably find it on Disney Plus if they haven't taken it off their streaming service. Worth a watch. It's probably
I'll
more
have
Tron
to-
than anything.
have to look into it. But well, it was just the speaking. Oh, I had it on my mind, and it escaped me. Oh yes.
Yep.
In this, and going back to Ahsoka, they have in well, I don't want to spoil things here. So the whole story of Star Wars takes place in one galaxy, correct?
Pretty much. I mean, they've alluded in the novels, from my understanding, is that there is something beyond their galaxy and an alien threat from beyond their galaxy that Palpatine was trying to prepare for. Of course, he was being rather draconian in his preparations, trying to get a galactic empire with a military might to withstand the invasion from these aliens. But they'll probably never get around to it.
Right. So, let's say that the character Urza is in another galaxy, and a far distant galaxy. How would that come to play in the story of Star Wars? How does the Force come to play? With these other galaxies. That is something that is quite interesting in my mind.
Yeah.
How would the Force come to play in these other galaxies? Are they something similar to the Jedi and the Sith in these other galaxies? I really don't know. It was definitely something interesting to comprehend. How would this play out in another galaxy? And
that's interesting because I'm not too familiar on the lore from the novels. I haven't read them all yet. But of course, they're not going to follow their own lore or canon, since they pretty much have violated their own canon, going from Star Wars Rebels to Ahsoka, which is pretty much funny because Filoni's already said he doesn't care about canon. He doesn't care about lore. He's just going to do whatever. And It's kind of disappointing because they're going to be adrift, so to speak, in storytelling. They're not going to be anchored by what they've already done. It's going to be have free reign pretty much to screw it up essentially and just go willy nilly with the plot points and uh, well, at this point ignoring the lore, the canon, because in a few episodes of Star Wars Rebels, Sabine Wren came across the dark saber. She had possession of the dark saber
Mm-hmm.
long before Din Djarin and the Mandalorian, and she didn't know how to use it. She didn't know how to wield a lightsaber. She went to Kanan, the Jedi Master on Rebels, for help, and he was slowly teaching her how to wield the lightsaber, how to use it. You had Ezra Miller teaching her the basic stances, like this is how you hold it. This is one stance. This is another stance, and then Kanan would go in and kind of teach her some other things. So I was kind of curious if they were going to even mention Kanan and Ahsoka, which I'm guessing they're not going to at all. It's like it's always been Ahsoka as the one who's always been Sabine Wren's teacher. It's like no, we don't need to
I'm
mention
not
Kanan
really
at all.
sure if they mentioned Kanan in those 2 episodes. I have to look
Mm-hmm.
back. I'm not positive.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to take it. I've seen the trailers for it, and it's like, oh, it looks cool, looks interesting. First
Mhm.
thing I notice is almost no male characters.
Like
But I don't
like,
know. I don't know
it's
where they're
only
going with it. Yeah,
with the like only see there's only 8 episodes in
yeah,
the first season, and we only seen 2 so far, so I can't really give my opinions of
yeah,
the whole series just yet.
yeah. I'm actually looking forward to it because I'm hoping it will be better than Obi-Wan or Andor. But of course, those are pretty low bars to begin with. They're
I'm not
setting the
really
bar pretty low.
positive if we will see the OG um characters of Star Wars in this series. I
Oh,
really don't
probably not.
know.
No, no,
Maybe I don't know. Like who knows? Maybe we'll see a little bit of a cameo. I don't know.
no. I'm just saying the quality of the series might be better than the Obi-Wan series, or might be
Hmm.
better than the Andor series. If you haven't seen them, then that's
I
probably a good thing.
Well, I definitely forgot about that. Like Obi-Wan. Like I haven't seen that either. Thanks for reminding me that.
Oh, you probably don't want to waste your time on it. It was pretty bad, and
Oh.
the Obi-Wan series also destroyed the lore in the canon from the first Star Wars movie. So it's
Oh.
really, if you care about the first Star Wars trilogy and the events that happened in the first Star Wars movie where Obi-Wan was on Tatooine kind of watching over Luke,
Hmm.
none of that happened in the Obi-Wan series.
What?
Yeah. I mean, they show Luke, a young Luke from a distance, but it was mainly about a young Leia.
Why did they
It
just
was
have why couldn't they have both? You know?
it wasn't important to have Luke Skywalker in it. It was all about Leia being
It doesn't make any sense because the
no.
like like I mean, in
You can
my mind,
try
they should have done both.
you can try watching it, but you're probably going to be disappointed.
Hmm.
Like I
Like,
said, it's probably not worth your time watching it.
hmm.
It
Well.
was all about a young Leia, like a young precocious 10-year-old Leia getting into trouble, and Obi-Wan having to leave Tatooine and rescue her essentially. and she was getting in all kinds of mischief. You had one episode where Obi-Wan was facing off against Darth Vader on Tatooine and all that stuff.
Wait. So, like, they had a re-encounter?
Yeah, before the events of Star Wars Episode 4.
That's
Even
a
though
that's a big plot hole right there.
that's a huge plot hole. That's a huge dismantling of pre-established lore. But again, Disney does not care about lore. I believe, well, my opinion is Kathleen Kennedy and Disney. She doesn't care about the original trilogy. They just want to create their own characters and create their own franchise and just use Star Wars in name only.
As she puts it, the Force is female. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, yes. And Kathleen Kennedy also made that now infamous quote about how they're just having to make things up because there's no source material to go by. And
wait, there's source material in the books. That's the source material.
no, they have essentially decanonized all Star Wars books, like the EU extended universe books and comic books and everything like that. That doesn't exist to Disney.
Well, apparently not. But
Yeah.
if they do have source material, if they didn't like you said, written off the lore. Like,
oh, well, of course, we fans know that there's plenty of source material out there, and we've read and enjoyed and whatnot. But if you're making something new and you just want to have the names of the characters, but not actually the
story
background
itself.
history,
Mm-hmm.
story itself, it's like that's why we get Han Solo being a shallow character, kind of like a how to put it? He's not the same Han Solo that he was in Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi or Star Wars. That of the original trilogy, we saw Han Solo go from self-centered pirate who only cared about himself and Chewbacca and getting ahead, and they're moving on to the next big score to okay, I'm getting involved in a cause. I'm have people relying on me. I have people looking up to me as a leader. So there's genuine character growth for Han Solo from roguish pirate to general in a rebel army, where he has responsibilities, where he has leadership, where he has people relying on him to help them win against a evil empire. So the Disney trilogy pretty much undid all of that. It's like no more rugged Han Solo. He goes back to essentially a deadbeat dad who lost his car
and sadly got killed by his son at the end.
Yeah. Like his son turned out the way he did because he and Princess Leia like had a rough marriage and divorced, and their kid had a rough time with it, so he went bad and looked up to his granddad, the evil Darth Vader. Oh, well, that's another thing. Look, the Disney trilogy essentially destroyed the redemptive arc of Darth Vader. Like he was like a poor kid who had it rough, went bad, or grew up to become a Jedi Master, gave in to temptation, went bad, became Darth Vader, started killing people all left and right. And then at the end of Return of the Jedi, Vader sacrifices himself, kills Emperor Palpatine, saves his son, redeems himself. And you see him at the end of Return of the Jedi as a Force ghost alongside Obi-Wan. But no, Disney trilogy is like you have his grandson, Darth Temper Tantrum, Kylo Ren, trying to become some twisted version that he has, a twisted idea he has of his granddad, Darth Vader, like, I'll carry on your legacy. It's like his legacy is over and done with. His character has been redeemed. It's like, what is there to carry on? His story has been completed. His character had this nice character arc from good to bad, back to good. You can't undo all that and expect it to make any sense. But that's where we were, or I can guess that's where we are with the current state of Disney Star Wars. And what they've done to it is just a shame.
Yeah, that's a shame. But let me get back to the chat because I'm behind
Sure.
on it. Hello, Panawatabe. How are you?
Hello, Padawannabe.
Give me a like. Just got off of Apion stream listening now. Well, thank you. Number Teague is saying hi to Panawatabe. What's Kegel? Because Luke is a male. Yes. Toxic masculinity. Oh, how bad. Obi-Wan messed up big time. How could Luke and Leia forget?
Yeah. We're going to get to a point where Disney is going to make the big jump and remake the original trilogy in their own image.
No.
I think that's their end goal.
Wes Kegel, that's why Luke isn't worth it. Oh, man. Speedway faced off against Vader 2 times and won.
Mm-hmm.
Wes Kegel, KK hates the original work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she hates the original trilogy. That's eventually they're going to, I think, if they could get away with it, they would remake the original trilogy and fashion it after the Disney sequel trilogy and kind of have it line up with their own sequel trilogy.
Oh, that doesn't make any sense, really. Such a shame. Panawanabe, Raquel, I have many points of interest that I can point you toward if you like the EU Star Wars novels. I'll get back to you on it. Let me think about it because I'm not really I'm familiar with the novels. Don't even get me started on Han Solo's origin.
Yeah.
Mr. Peabody, and he sees and believes in the Force. Who?
Han Solo?
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Panawanabe, the Han Solo movie eliminated at least a dozen EU books. Ouch.
I can believe it. I haven't read that many.
The sequels undid about 100 EU novels.
Oof. I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Ouch. Mr. Peabody, gonna sign off for Cal. Thank you for having me and take care. Thanks for coming over, Mr. Peabody. You have a good night. Or whatever what time it is in Australia. Panawanabe, there should have been 3 Solo children and 1 or 2 Skywalker children. Well, we have Luke and Leia, and then we have
Han Solo,
Kylo Ren. And that's pretty much it.
In the EU, there's like 3 kids from Han Solo. Then Luke Skywalker married Mara Jade and had 1 or 2 kids as well.
So that's based off of the books.
That's based off the books, which Disney will not touch.
All right, but we do have two Skywalker children. It's just, from my knowledge, I haven't seen the last film of the Rise of Skywalker. Far as I know, there's only one kid I know.
Yeah,
That
there's
Leia and Han Solo have, and that's Kylo Ren.
yeah, Kylo Ren or Darth Temper Tantrum, as I sometimes call him.
Emerald Teague, there's two Han Solo books from back in the day, all better than the movie. I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry, 3 Han Solo books. Okay.
Yep.
I hear CGI Leia from Book of Boba Fett was pregnant. I did
I
not
didn't
know
notice
that.
that. Yeah.
Like I said, I haven't seen the Book of Boba Fett. That episode was cut. Okay. In the
Ah,
EO, there's 2. Okay.
okay.
Panawanabe, the books are more plentiful and real than what Disney has done. They haven't
Mm-hmm.
convinced me yet. Oh, I can see why not. But yeah, like if I have the time, I would definitely like to check out the EU books. I don't know how many there are, but like if sounds like
Yeah.
there's a lot.
Let's see. I'm having to look them up right now because I don't remember them all. There was let's see. The Han Solo book trilogy was Han Solo at Star's End, Han Solo's Revenge, Han Solo and the Lost Legacy. I have those books, but it's been ages since I've read them. So,
Let's see here. I'm trying to remember. Um, see here. There was a book. Um, can't really remember. Which book it was? It's a really it looked like a very old book to me. Let's see if I can find it.
okay.
I took a picture of it. Like I know that for sure. Let's see here. It's a very
See,
old.
I can try pulling some stuff up. I don't know how to screen share. Oh yeah, I can figure that out.
You can screen share. I can show it on screen for you.
Okay. So let's see, make a new tab. Browser.
Let's see if I can find it. So many pictures on my phone. But how
Let me
old
see.
are when how old are the let me phrase that. What was the first EU book of Star Wars that came out? Was it right after the first movie?
Um, I'm not sure where the EU starts. I know there are novels based on the original trilogy, and then Timothy Zahn came along and started writing. I don't know if the EU started off with Timothy Zahn. Oh, Admiral Teague is saying 1978.
1978.
Yeah, there's some books going way back then.
That is a way back then.
Yep. So the EU starts in Marvel Comics. Tim Admiral Teague is saying, okay, that's pretty cool. I've got most of the
1978. EU starts the Marvel comics.
yeah. There's a Going by memory, I want to say there was like 108 or 110 issues of Star Wars comics.
Okay.
I was collecting most of them when I was a kid, and got like an incomplete run of them. So I'm going through and like getting some of the back issues. I'll eventually like get most of them or complete the whole run. Let's see. I'm looking up simple.
I'm looking for it's bugging me now. Like what book was it?
Yeah.
I'm like I should have like bookmarked this picture. Like why? I don't know why I didn't think ahead of time. Like they're like, I. It's one of those moments. Like I wish I booked this mark ahead of time so I don't have to look for it. One of those moments.
Yep.
I hate that.
Yeah.
So
I'm
what
looking
was
up.
the?
Oh,
So you saw what was the first Star? You saw the first Star Wars movie in theater, right? The first one.
right. The first one I saw in a theater in 1977. I was
Okay.
just a youngster back then, but it was still amazing to watch something like that take place. It's like nobody knew what was about to hit. I mean, that movie had such a cultural impact. Of course, we have so many other movies trying to copy Star Wars, the look and feel. You had Battlestar Galactica at the time trying to do its own thing. You had
Mm-hmm.
Star Trek before, but Star Trek was on a small screen until Star Trek Motion Picture came out, and then that kind of kicked off the Star Trek movie franchise. But yeah, Star Wars was it. That and Jaws was the first of the really big summer blockbusters. That's where the whole summer blockbuster thing came from, was Jaws and then Star Wars. But yeah,
Really,
just
Jaws.
yeah, Jaws was a huge draw into theaters.
It's just so okay. No, that's not that one. Admiral, check your Twitter DMs or X DMs if you want to call that now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. I'm still gonna call it Twitter.
Yeah, I think everybody will. So let me go to. And I found some lists for Star Wars novels.
Cool.
I'm trying to get some images
I
pulled
remember
up here.
it was like a blue Star Wars book.
What, the first volume of Heir to the Empire?
It could be that. I'm not 100% positive.
Let me see here. Okay, I'm going to attempt to share screen.
Okay.
There we go.
Alrighty. It could be that book. I'm looking at my
Yeah.
photos on my phone to see
I
if
think
that's
this is
the
so you
case.
yeah, you have down here Thrawn, which they've been name dropping Thrawn in Star Wars Rebels for like forever and a day leading up to him. I think they're essentially trying to adapt the Heir to the Empire, but instead of having Han, Luke, and Leia involved. They're going to have Ahsoka and friends involved. So it's going to be like a very bad, loose adaptation.
Okay.
And
Thank you
then,
for having me, Raquel. I
hey,
appreciate
Well,
it.
thanks for coming on.
yeah,
Going
hey
on,
there,
PCR. Yeah,
going
it's good
well.
to see everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. I needed a little time off there to take care of some stuff, but everyone has been super cool to me, and I want to thank everyone who's been there
That's
for me.
cool.
You know, Appion was really cool about the whole thing. Everyone else was very kind to me, and it's just nice to be back at it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been back for about a day. I made an upload, and today I did a watch party for the movie Patton.
Oh yeah, I saw the link for that. I didn't have a chance to check it out.
The movie is free on YouTube, so if anyone wants to check out my page, there's a like commentary. We got Gamer 1745. He knew like everything about every tank. It was great. We were supposed to have a U.S. Air Force colonel on, but he couldn't make it because you know how busy they can be. But maybe
Mhm.
for a bridge too far, we'll have a military advisor. But I'm trying to branch out, and I'm not doing Ahsoka. I'm not doing it. Disney is really bad for my view. They're really
Yes.
bad for my view count. I think people are mad at them, and I think that this show might be a little better than it looks. And I'm watching it now with the sound off, and this looks really just different. It doesn't look like Star Wars. Nothing looks lived in. And the Twi'lek is disturbing.
Yeah,
Howdy,
I've heard
Ranker Steve.
other
Hey,
people
Ranker Steve, what's
comment.
up, buddy?
Hey there.
Ranker Steve was really kind to me too during this whole thing. Really nice phone call and a good friend who's there for me. Check him
That's
out on
cool.
Rumble on Manorama. Yeah, Ranker Steve's a real good guy.
Indeed. Where is this freaking picture? I'm looking for.
So, let me see if I can enlarge this. There we go. Star Wars book list. So yeah, kind of give you an idea of the sheer number of novels out there that are connected to the Star Wars universe.
Holy cow.
Yeah. And I've probably read like a handful of these. Now, some of them, like the so-called High Republic novels that they're trying to push, I won't touch those.
Because they're that bad, I guess.
Yeah, they're Disney related. They're related.
Ah,
to
They're
Disney
real.
okay.
They have a character that's a rock.
Yes. Yes.
G-O-D.
Man.
Get it?
G-
See how clever
G-
it was?
Yeah,
G-O-D.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he's
it's a rock named Geode.
He's in a spaceship. Now, does anyone want to try to guess the spaceship's name? It's got a really cool name. You know what it's called?
Ship.
Vessel. You're very close.
Vessel. That's right. That's right. I had forgotten about that. I had actually
so
seen.
fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. We need to get a geological box checked here.
Goodness.
What can we do to get the mineral-based people who identify as a rock?
Yeah.
Dwayne Johnson needs to see himself in this story.
Oh no.
All those books and like 250 comic stories are all gone.
I know it.
And they were all mostly better. Almost all better. None of them were outright
easily.
nonsense.
I actually enjoyed reading Splinter of the Mind's Eye. I remember that. That was adapted
they wouldn't
to
use Wookiees, they had weird stuff with Luke and Leia, but it was good.
Yeah.
It was like the first hint of a kyber crystal, right? It was like a really super force sensitive crystal, and him and Vader fight over it, and like it was like especially written to have very little space combat.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just, you know what? I think that script was written parallel, thinking that Star Wars might only do okay enough to be what Disney's reduced it to.
Yeah.
TV shows and
Yeah.
comic books and books. And that was the first thing. It was like half done when Star Wars blew up, and he just like handed it off to, is it Alan Dean Foster?
It's Alan Dean Foster.
Yeah. So he handed it off to a very, very capable writer.
Yep.
And he was just like, all right, I don't want you to go too far, too many places.
Yeah, because Lucas wasn't sure if Harrison Ford would even return. I mean,
Harrison Ford, it had to do with the fact that Lucas was once affiliated. Hey, Padawan, it's good to see you. Yeah, the EU probably did have about that many books.
Mhm.
Yeah, the last Han Solo book, Zim the Despot, and some of the other stuff shows up in that Ewoks or the Droids cartoon.
Mhm.
And I think that Sith Lord is mentioned in it. Like, what is Exar Kun? Like, they're touching on that. And I think, I can't verify this now. I think the author of the Han Solo books was Lucas's dialogue guy who gave him less inhuman dialogue. And he was like fired.
Yeah.
And Marsha, everybody who tried to help Lucas out got fired. And if you see the outtakes to Star Wars, they're very prequel-like the part in Mos Eisley.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was Marsha's influence that made the first Star Wars a huge success. Her editing skills.
They fixed that movie. Yeah, that movie. They had to bring in a couple of editors, and everybody worked really hard to fix. They said it was unusable and too long, which sounds like some of the kind of thing that happens in the prequels when he's fired those people for telling him what to do. And by the way, I just watched the end of episode 1 of Ahsoka. That Twi'lek is just strange. Did they CGI her to even out her skin? She looks like she's made of mylar. She looks like she's made of mylar to me. And she just tanked a lightsaber blow to the gut. I'm going to guess that's no big fucking deal anymore. Only Qui-Gon
not anymore.
Not anymore. Apparently, you survived getting stabbed by a lightsaber. But I could say the same regard with Darth Maul and
well, the Darth Maul resurrection, don't you think? Even though I don't like, none of us
Anakin
really
Skywalker.
Like it.
If the like I was saying this earlier, if getting stabbed by the lightsaber it means death, then why is Anakin Skywalker and Darth Maul survive such more grievous injuries than that?
I can go with Anakin first, okay? Anakin, when you see the Emperor lean over him and sort of reach out his hands there, he's like giving him like a little jolt of Sith energy. I wouldn't call it force healing. He's just letting him know he's not alone and he can still save Padme. He's increasing his will and his hatred. And this is pure headcanon, all of it. But the other thing he's doing, because we do know he stops there and he holds his hands out and he kind of flexes them a little, right? Like he holds them over him, and then it seems like he homes in. And then we cut to Padme dying. I think that he's like distantly, like, like connecting a call and sending like negative energy because they're like, she died of a broken heart, like, which is pretty weak. But I think like Lucas was afraid to have them say, like, I think the dark energy of the Emperor did this. I could feel it,
Yeah.
And also, they say that Marsha Lucas did an editing pass uncredited for cash on Revenge of the Sith, which would explain a whole lot about its quality compared to the other two, which are still good, but just not. Yeah. I mean, I would go see Phantom Menace in dinner theater before I watch the rest of this Ashoka show with volume. I feel bad for my friends who committed to do this. I don't know if a review of this is going to have a lot of appetite. I think that Kenobi show after the Obi-Wan show is like, we got 20 bad stories in a row, guys. This was really franchise breaking.
It was awful. Yeah, it was
Vader
awful.
wanted no part of Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan was too stupid to walk around a fence. We saw some dumb fucking shit.
Tremendously stupid. Yeah.
Hey, Canadian Spider-Man. Said no one ever.
Hey,
and hello all. Good evening to you. Hello, how are you doing?
What's going on, Toker, my good friend? Don't use my call sign, please.
Now, what I got on the screen now is like, if Disney wanted to make money, they could have adapted these novels right here. The Heir to the Empire.
Are they called the Jarvong? And they're like something close to that. And they're like interdimensional. Right. They come from outside the galaxy, but also they can like fold space, or they're interdimensional beings in point of fact, because they can appear out of nowhere and just start fucking people up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem with them. And I don't know that they
But still,
contextualized. I don't know if they contextualized Palpatine's reasons as being for the good of all people. Although his belief in order might have had him believe he was right, he doesn't believe he's wrong or that he's evil. In my opinion, he just likes red and saying cryptic
yeah,
shit.
it's like the ends justify the means sort of thing. Like Palpatine was apparently aware of the threat posed to their galaxy from outside and all that jazz. And
Does
I
anyone
don't know.
else think? Does anyone else think that maybe the best part, as far as drama, not action, but maybe just conversation drama in the whole prequels, was the tale of Darth Plagueis, which is like 2 minutes and 20 seconds, but it's just like he became so powerful. That was supposed to nail the lid shut. And Lucas has said this over and over, that Palpatine is Anakin's father, which means the throne room is 3 generations of the same family, and that Rey and Kylo Ren are aunt and nephew, first cousins once removed.
Palpatine is Anakin's father. That's new to me.
George Lucas has said he has never had a doubt in his mind, and he changed the race of Darth Plagueis to an alien before he sold Star Wars, because he got like the first inkling they're going to fuck shit up. If he had known they were going to do this, he would have sold it to anyone else.
Yeah. I mean, when
Oh look, we have more colorful Vespas. I'm seeing the horror right now.
Oh yeah, the Mighty Morphin Vespa Rangers. I loved that.
I don't know how I milk the views I do out of New Track. It's a large part to great analysis by people like Appion, who's hilarious, and like my friends like Captain Fandom Nerd. My panel really bails me out because I'm dumbfounded, and I've watched all the New Track, and my mind is just destroyed. But I will say this:
I can't stand New Track.
I'm really not really familiar.
It's comedy gold.
I'm not really familiar with Star Trek.
You know what? You haven't lived until you've heard Appion trying to recover from laughter while I'm like, I can't get it together, and Appion's just like, he's able to get it together enough to describe what's going on. He's like, Spock is filling his mouth with bacon, just cramming it in, and now he's screaming into a pillow, and I'm just like howling, and I couldn't. And at the end of the episode, I laughed for like 5 straight minutes, like as insanely as the Emperor. And Appion was just trying to string together a narrative for me. It was really nice of him, because my mind was so broken from that. And Spock's mom was younger than him.
At some point, we're going to have news spread around our little community that Appion has sadly passed on because his head has exploded from too much New Trek. Oops. And we'll all be taking a moment of silence, mourning.
Please don't give anybody
Appion.
Please don't demotivate any more of the people who so nicely give me their time. This New Trek expedition has destroyed one critic every show. Only Captain Fandom Nerd has survived 2 full series of New Trek aside me. The people who did Picard will not watch New Trek anymore. They're like more the people who do the talk show parts of the show on Friday and Saturday. They won't do it anymore. One person outright quit and had to get just get it out of their system. It was so insane making for everyone. Picard was really divisive. Strange New Worlds is very divisive. They want you to be divided against each other. They throw you very difficult topics to think about. The topic of all live action Star Trek and New Trek, is Genesis. And I'm sorry, genocide. So you have to talk about these things, and then people start asking you to compare one historical event to another, and it's just a no-win. The Star Trek stuff is hard. We can only get the views out of it we do because our channel members are so cool and so loyal, and they're having such great conversations in the chats, and that's where it helps that I'm dumb, because they help me out a lot.
Yep.
New Trek will give you cancer, allegedly. Ouch.
I can believe it.
It's true. I got checked, and they think the tumor's benign. Just kidding, but it will break your brain. Cancer's not funny. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
yeah.
It recently touched my wife, as everyone knows. So hey, look, I'm okay with it. See, I can already make jokes. Yeah, I'm watching this like conference they're having with. What's this droid? Is this Boba Fett's droid? No.
No, it's I forgot the name of the droid,
Is it a
but
Rebels
it's
related droid? Why do they have a purple haired chick? Do they know that's a terrible trope?
Huang,
But
I think Huang or something like that.
Wow.
Sorry if I'm butchering the name. Sorry.
may I
But the droid has a extensive knowledge of every lightsaber has been built, and I guess what they're implying, it's a
Did you
robot that
track down Jedi?
teaches young
Oh,
Padawan
I got
learners
you.
how to build their own lightsaber. I think.
Well, forgive me for saying this, but she's got triple colored hair, and some of it's purple, and some of it's like fuchsia, and I'm saying like this is a trope. Like, were they not cognizant that this would be something people just didn't want to see? Did they want their show to not work? And how
Yeah.
did Sabine Wren or whoever this chick is earn 5 Jolly Ranchers on her Purina logo Rebel badge? I don't get it.
There's
She's a
probably a
BFA?
lot that we really haven't filled in. I mean, story wise, that they're going to
I hated
probably
that
make
opening
have a
crawl. I skipped
yeah.
that red, vertical, unimaginative, unfonted vertical crawl. Was that an Ariel? It was horrible.
Oh, that sounds bad.
Hu Yang. Oh, thank you, Rocco. And
Thank you.
hello.
Hello, Rocco, and thank you.
Canadian Spider-Man says, I'd like to build my lightsaber with a secret bacon compartment.
Well, the one character was it Ezra. You. What was funny is you were talking about Ezra from Rebels, and you called him Ezra Miller Pop.
Oh, did I?
I forget.
Oh,
Yeah, I was laughing. I forget what his name is. Ezra, the kid who's Freddie Prinze Jr.'s apprentice.
Yeah.
His lightsaber had like a blaster built onto it. He was like,
That's right.
a less civilized lightsaber for a less civilized time.
Oops. Oh well.
Oopsies.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does that go against the philosophy of your lightsaber? I guess it doesn't matter at that point. He was just like, I kind of got the Force and I got this lightsaber. By the way, this bitch said she doesn't have the Force. Why are they training her?
Who knows? She was being trained, and
I'm turning
Star
off
Wars
the subtitles. I'm turning off the subtitles so this will make sense.
Okay. Yeah, she was being trained in Star Wars Rebels because she had acquired the dark saber, and she was having to fight a competing faction of Mandalorians for control of the dark saber, and she was having a Kanan trainer.
Is this the hot lady? Is this the hot lady who had the weird spear who fought Mando in the middle of the Boba Fett season for no reason, showing up, who we already know is dead? She looks like her. She looks like her.
I have no idea. I'm not seeing what you're.
I'm in episode 2. At 12
I
minutes
haven't seen
in.
episode 2.
Hey, Lemon Pie. How are you
Hey
doing?
there, Lemon Pie.
Hey, hello.
How are you doing? Who ran? Isn't that an old Japanese anime magazine? I'm not sure. I have to look that up. Panawannabe says, I know the answers. I can't comment fast enough.
I
Lemon
so know
Pie's
how
here.
I know how the Padawannabe feels because like when he was like gonna say the Han Solo books, like I'm trying to remember the names. Like I was like hammering it out, and then he just said it like as I was finishing. I'm about to hit send, so I'm like,
yeah.
I have to ask for a link, and thank you so much for that, Raquel. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Oh, yeah.
If, like I said, if anyone wants to come up here, just send me a message on Discord or Twitter. We're more than happy to give you a link on the panel.
But I know the Padawannabe does have the answers because I've was on my little break there. Enjoyed all that stuff that you guys are doing over in the Treehouse, and the Padawannabe, good interviewer. Start your channel now, bro. You've got your first sub right here,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and I'm just gonna celebrate a year soon. I can't wait.
Cool.
Yeah, hope
Awesome.
all you'll come
Mora
by for the
Kitty
big
says,
shindig.
meow. Meow, Mora Kitty.
Meow, more kitty.
Mm-hmm. Well, hello and welcome to the show. Don't forget to hit that like button, share the stream out, and if you'd like to see or subscribe, that button.
Mm-hmm.
My Manorama brother, Ranker Steve. I'm sorry, Canadian Spider-Man. He is the best. I saw American Spider-Man today.
American Spider-Man? I'm confused.
I live in Queens.
Oh, okay.
I live in Queens. I see. So sometimes I see American Spider, the real who's American. We all have our Spider-Man. Mine is American Spider-Man, which happens to be the actual Spider-Man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just seeing up like Yellow Flash was saying on Twitter was saying that most people do not see Miles Morales as Spider-Man. Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
Oh, Miles Morales. Yeah,
Peter
they
Parker
have
is
Miles
the
Morales
Spider-Man.
1, and yeah, there's only one Spider-Man.
Although-
That's Peter Parker.
Well,
Hey, Mora Kitty.
hi,
there.
Moria.
Meow.
Pop, would you say that because he's from a totally different time, but the same continuity, that Spider-Man 2099 is not the Spider-Man, but a Spider-Man, though? Different situation from Miles? Like, I acknowledge Spider-Man 2099. He is a Spider-Man, not the Spider-Man.
Yeah, he's a Spider-Man, but I think a lot of us just look at Miles Morales like, oh, he's
It's
Miles
a
Morales.
Spider-Man.
Well, Spider-Man 2099 happens to be white, but his name's Miguel Parker.
Yeah, yeah,
He's Latino as well, so
yeah.
that was a push.
I don't mind.
And then they also
Spider-Man
have
2099 was where they came up with
Yeah.
the genetic webbing and other stuff, and he had a super cool outfit. He's really
I haven't
cool.
seen there's so many. I wish they could keep it simple. Like, getting confused with the titles Into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse. Like, can you just keep it simple?
What actor? Tell me the actor. I'll help you.
No, just the title of the movie.
The first one is Into the Spider-Verse. Is the first cartoon.
Into the Spider-Verse.
Mhm.
Yes, I have not seen that one. I was gonna go see it, but since they revealed that part 2 has been further delayed, I am not really in a rush to see it.
People told me 1 was good, but they didn't like what they did to Spider-Man already to build up the other Spider-Man.
Oh, that reminds me. Sadly, for all you Dune fans out there, Dune Part 2
Uh-oh.
has been officially confirmed to be pushed back till March of 2024 because of the strike.
wow.
Because of the strike going on.
I predicted that before Dune 1 came out that Dune 2 would never be made because Denis Villeneuve is an extortionist who makes half a story, and then when the movie gets released, goes out there and says, yeah, if people go see it, I'll finish the story, and then shrugs and walks away. He did it with Blade Runner. Blade Runner 2048 is part 1 of like a 3-part trilogy that he could give fuck all. Maybe he goes back to that. I view him as an extortionist, although his movies are enjoyable and they do look great, and he's good at pacing and other stuff, but he's an extortionist. And I knew with Dune 1 that he would never make with Dune 2. The strike, in my opinion, on this one is an excuse. There's such a thing as SAG waivers.
Like, I was talking to you about this with Mora Kitty today. Like, I understand with the strike going on, if movies that are on post-production being delayed, that is not really an excuse that our movies are already done or set to premiere. Those movies should not be delayed. So that's really not an excuse for that.
Yeah.
I'll just say that, Australia's not on strike. Take the cast there. There's a desert there. Finish your Dune trilogy. You'll be fine. You'll be
Exactly.
fine.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
The rest of the world moves on, even if Hollywood doesn't. Everything will be fine.
Touche.
I think Oklahoma may have a deserty area, in fact. And our governor is a total scab. He will take anybody who gives him money. So come the fuck on, people.
Mhm.
Come do your
I think
thing
that-
here.
I think if they go to Australia, they don't have to worry about their peers coming after them. Like Susan
Yeah.
Sarandon's going to go to Kansas and start yelling at you because she's that way.
Let her come to Oklahoma and I will yell right back. I'd be like, listen, the last time you were awesome, you went off the cliff with Gina Davis. Get fucked, lady.
But it's funny. You should bring up Thelma and Louise. We're talking about it in the
Oh,
chat.
what are you showing, Pop? A Star
I've
Wars
got
comic book?
yeah.
It's
For many of
number
us,
one. That is number one.
yeah,
Dial.
I have
And you
this
know what's
one in
cool
my
about it?
collection.
This one
Ooh,
is better than
awesome.
The Empire Strikes Back because it's actual comic book art attempted it. I think they only had the storyboards and they saw the movie right before they made this. So it's a comic book. But starting with 7, they go on their own adventures, and some of them are
Yes.
really good. And then
They
around
are.
35, what happens is they switch to The Empire Strikes Back, and they're tracing it off a TV monitor, and it looks very
Yeah.
photographic and very. It's not a comic book. It's just it's a pencil drawn photo novel. Unfortunately for Empire Strikes Back, it had to be. But then
Yeah.
we go back to the comic book stories, and they were all really good. Like there was one where they went to a casino at the edge of the galaxy, where the center of the casino had no gravity, and they had gladiatorial games in there. Where
I remember that one.
Yeah,
Yes.
where Han Solo had to fight against all these other aliens, and he had like
Yep.
a little handheld shield that he could like use to like angle the laser fire back at people. It was so much more inventive than anything we've seen
was.
from Disney.
It was
And that was
so
a 32
good.
page comic, part of a four comic arc.
Yeah.
What was the casino called?
I
Lux
forget.
End? Lux
Something
End?
like could have been. I just remember all these
They had
stories.
a cyborg. Remember the cyborg bounty hunter?
Yeah. And then I remember right between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, the stories and the comic books were so inventive. You have Lando Calrissian going back to a now deserted Cloud City, seeing what's going on. He hooks up with Lobot again, who's like gone berserk.
I remember that
programming
one. That was
is
a good
skewed.
one.
Yeah.
Was it? And didn't for a little while Jack Kirby do it? Like it, right? Did he do it for like 3 issues? They bring in because there was no regular people for Star Wars on the art or the story. They just kept rotating them. They changed like every 6 or 7 issues.
Yeah, you can tell just by these here how the art changes.
Frank Infanti was like the most prominent name I remember off the inside of the comic book, but I don't remember what he did. Was he pencils?
Oh, it's been ages. I'm trying to remember myself. It's
the thing is, I
either
think
inks
George.
or
There's also a Jabba in here who's a monkey-like creature. He's like a Planet of the Apes refugee.
Yeah.
And they didn't decanonize the comics. What they said was that guy was a crazy person who just thought he was Jabba.
Yep. Yeah, but for a lot of us older fans,
comics.
Yeah, for a lot of us older fans, this is where things started. If you're
And
a
it was
kid,
wrong. It's been
if you're
fixed
a
since,
kid
but
who
this was like
saw
an earlier draft of the script.
Oh yeah. I mean, look at the shape of Darth Vader's helmet right here. It's all off. It's crazy looking.
Looks
It's green.
Yeah. But yeah, this
The
brings back
wrong.
nostalgia here.
If you look at 6, it's a lot closer to what we were supposed to see in the movies.
Yep.
They see the movie a couple of times in between 1 and 6.
Yeah.
And go back and if you look at 5 right there in the middle, we're getting much closer to what we see. Although but what I like about these is they were done in the style of a comic, and they just had the same story. And probably the concept art. It looks like Argo, right? The comic from Argo.
Could be. I'm trying to picture that in my mind. And then what's another great thing about it is when Marvel did these up to issue 108 or 110 before they ended the series. Later on, Dark Horse picked it up and ran with it. Because I was working at a comic book store when these came out in the early 90s, and of course I was picking
Cool.
them up. Star Wars Dark Empire, Dark Horse Comics. Dark Horse had a really good run of comic books, Star Wars comic books. So yeah, 70s, 80s, early part of the 90s. Star Wars was great back then. Pre-Disney.
Pre-Disney.
This is what you have to go back to get good storytelling, good Star Wars. This, the novels. I mean, you talk about marketing. Star Wars was it for marketing.
I think they were able to call George Lucas and get some consultation on stuff, because these stories don't do anything to harm the rest of Star Wars either. They're just like fun stories that do not interfere with anything. And man, Rosario Dawson's expression has not changed throughout these 2 episodes. She is the most stoic, and so is this green chick who's. Did they put a filter on her? She looks. Why does she look like she's made
Are you talking about Hera?
Yeah, Hera.
Yeah, she looks like she's made out of Mylar, and we've got this red 3PO type droid and nothing is scratched up or old looking except one person's helmet so far. Everything looks very prequel-y, and we're past the wars and into the era of the Galactic Republic, which I guess is going to be like Starfleet and always be the problem, because it seems like they suck at everything here. It just I haven't had the sound on, but it looks it does not look like Star Wars. It looks like Star Trek. It does not look lived in. Their costumes are better, but still not very Star Wars. Maybe the main characters have the most Star Wars looking outfits because they were conceived of a while back. But
look at all this material here, all these comic books.
I can't really understand why Disney is ignoring that.
J.J. Abrams does that to every property. He did it to Star Trek too. He's afraid of lore because he can't remember it and he can't keep it straight. And lore has rules, and he doesn't like rules. He likes to break rules so that he can tell his story. He's about putting an image on screen, not having it make sense. They wanted you to see Luke's lightsaber, and they wanted it to be in the movie. He wasn't creative enough to do anything but have it be alive for a minute, call out to her. She walks into a room through an unlocked door, through another unlocked door that opens for her and opens up a box. It's like whispering to her in like Sith language or some shit like that. She pulls it out, and all of a sudden Han Solo and Maz Kanata are there, and then she's like, "It called to you." And she's like, "I don't understand. Where did you get this? It's a good story for another time." And even Han Solo's like, "Hey, that belongs to my fucking friend." Like, he doesn't say shit. And like 3 movies later, do we ever find out? And the explanations would seem easy to write, like a flashback with Unganauts, you know, like sorting through stuff. I mean, there was ways to get this there that made sense. And why was he so close to what we found out is Hosnian Prime? That he saw the lasers go through the sky to destroy it, and that he didn't stop and go right there. Like, he stopped just so he wouldn't die there, right? Like, they wanted that image in the sky. And I would point out those lasers travel at the speed of light and came from hundreds of thousands of light years away. They only have like 100,000 years to plan for it, right? I mean, well, it's like, listen, they just fired some weapon really far away. We think another planet's going to move in the way first, but some of it might get here in like 200,000 years.
Yeah, you're talking about the scene where the Star Killer base fires its weapon at several different planets all at once.
It takes out one
Yeah.
system. What we found out is the backstory in the novel. I hate that I know this. Is that the Galactic Republic's entire government and all their forces
Yeah.
go to one planet every year for their Congress. So they got the entire rebel navy, the entire rebel government, and all rebel Senate, or whatever, the new Galactic Republic Senate, all at once with 5 shots.
Right.
And,
of course,
to travel
what
across
I
the
hated,
galaxy at the speed of light in 15 minutes. It's like 250 billion years.
and what I hated about that was that everybody on these planets like would look up and go, "Oh, there's something coming at us." They wouldn't see it. They wouldn't
And
see
there
it
wasn't
through the
enough
planet's
exposition.
atmosphere.
We thought it was Coruscant until the book comes out. I don't know
Yeah,
if they
that's-
say Hosnian
yeah.
Prime in the movie. And even if they do, that's useless to us as information. They say they fired the Hosnian system. That doesn't mean Coruscant wasn't there.
Yeah. I mean, how bad is it? You have to go back to supplemental material to explain what's going on in your movie. That's bad writing.
They were
Hmm.
fun thinking video games and leaks and
Yeah.
books put in, and that's how Star Trek does it as well. Every
Yeah.
day after a Star Trek episode, and you'll see this after Ahsoka, every day will be 77 Easter eggs you missed that mean you're
Yeah.
dumb and this is smart. That's
Right.
propaganda operation to make you feel stupid. It's gaslighting. Oh, I missed this piece of IKEA furniture that really is this thing from Obi-Wan's hut. That means that, I'm
Yeah.
stupid because this was obviously well set up, and that is gaslighting. And the other thing is like a bunch of authorized internet leaks from things like Star Wars Explained, which we're going to be
Yeah.
transforming tomorrow a little bit. They're
Yeah.
owned by Disney. They're like counter programming to Clownfish. Disney is very insidious with the propaganda and misleading people. We're
Oh,
only going.
yeah.
I'm only ever going to call out Access Media on my channel. That's my pledge. I'm not going after other YouTubers unless I can
Now,
prove
here's-
they're not a
yeah.
YouTuber.
Here's one for you. The Star Wars. Has anybody seen this?
Is
No.
this the original poster, the
This
rejected
is-
one, right?
What? That's
this
the
is
original.
the original
poster? Wow.
story. This is the original
Yeah,
storyline.
that's like the
There's-
cover on the original script or something.
Yeah, there's actual graphic novel or a series of comic books that follow George Lucas's original script.
It follows
Or-
a storyboard, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, he somebody like fleshed out the series into a series of comic books. I think you can probably find it now as a complete graphic novel. But this is what was this, issue 2 here, based on George Lucas's original rough draft.
Oh, so this is not production related. Someone went out there later and took a different non-copyright infringing swing at it. Cool.
Yeah. No, this is a direct telling of. This is by Dark Horse. I've actually read this. It was somewhat
So
entertaining.
the characters look like we recognize because this cover looks really different.
Yeah, well, it's different. It's way different. Your C-3PO looks different. Your R2-D2 looks different. It's going by memory here. It's
C-3PO
been
looks
some-
like the droid from Ahsoka.
Yeah.
Sorry, R2 rather looks like the
R2
droid from Ahsoka. He looks
R2D2
like
looks a
Chopper.
little bit different. Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Well, the third leg is deployed, but he has that buzz arm coming out that we see in
Yep.
the Ahsoka droid. But I would point out, I think that the characters, as far as Rebels, are still approved at least by Lucas.
Now I think this is approved as well,
Thank
this
you,
is,
Panellarity.
based on George Lucas's original rough draft screenplay. So this is Dark Horse taking George Lucas's original screenplay and putting it in comic book form. So you get what George Lucas originally had in mind for Star
totally
Wars before it
misunderstood
before it morphed into what we got on the screen.
So he's going to Tashi Station in this story.
Probably.
What's Keiko says? Is that with Anakin Starkiller? Starkiller.
Yes.
Yeah, and Biggs Darklighter, and
So
They're
wasn't
a much
he
bigger
wasn't
part of the
called
story.
Skywalker? That's interesting.
Yeah.
if it's
well,
that far back, I had thought this was production
it's-
related when you brought it up. This
No,
stuff looks
no.
so different.
it's way different. It's like his original idea for Star Wars that he had
Right.
before he
There's no
made
edits
changes
by his
to it.
dialogue people and no edits for anything else. And it's probably
Yeah,
standalone.
instead of saying "May the Force be with you," they say "May the Force of many be with you." Things like that.
Oh, that's interesting. That guy in the middle, that looks like a lot like the characters Zeb and Rebel.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it Chewie?
I think this is supposed to be an early version of Chewie. Going by memory, it's been some time since I've read this, and I've only read it once, and it was like, oh, that was a humorous read.
Hello, Mortar Blows. It was not related to Star Wars, we know. It's George
Yes.
Lucas' first draft when Luke was Star Killer and the Force was the Wills.
Yep.
Hello, welcome to the channel, Mortar Blows.
So yeah, this is a crazy, crazy take on Star Wars. If you ever came across this and read it, you would be kind of surprised at how far Lucas altered it from this to what we eventually got on the big screen. Because it's like night and day difference.
Definitely is.
And again, going by memory, we kind of have like Han Solo or a Han Solo type character here with a lightsaber. Kind of a mesh of the Luke character and Han character, if I remember right. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, it's sort of kind of familiar characters, but there's differences. It's crazy. Yeah, it's I thought that was kind of interesting to show here to kind of show where Star Wars came from. Like this is
Sure, Panawatabi. Let me send you a link on Twitter.
This is kind of where things got started. Because when we Star Wars fans talk about Star Wars, this is what George Lucas originally had in his mind. We go from that to this.
Let's remember that, like, he was really willing to change it when he saw what he thought was a more appealing story. Like, this is
Yeah.
the core of it. Like, it's aptly got a slightly different title, which I think is appropriate.
Yeah, instead of the Star Wars, we got Star Wars, which of course sounds much better. Yeah.
Well, at least it sounds more literary. Do you ever see like those troll covers? They're just kind of a cool inside joke where they have the name of a Star Wars movie, but it's done like a Shakespeare book, and it was like The Jedi Doth Return, and it's like Jabba.
Oh, I haven't
in
seen
like a
those.
medieval outfit. Oh,
I gotta look for
I'll
those now.
see if I can find it. I'll present it if you want to show it. I have it somewhere.
Oh, cool.
Talk among yourselves. I'll be looking.
Okay.
Alrighty. I'm looking for this picture. My phone is bugging me.
So yeah, what's everybody's first time they saw the first Star Wars movie? Was it in a theater or at home? On
At
re-release?
home.
I think it was The Empire Strikes Back on
Yeah.
VHS tape.
I remember being 10 years old.
Watch it when it came on.
I remember being 10 years old and going to see Attack of the Clones.
Yeah. I remember standing in line at the
All right, it
theater
was the third
for
time. It was the third time I turned 10 years old, but I remember being 30 and going to see Attack of the Clones. It was fucking awesome.
Hey,
I saw the
mean
first
the,
Star Wars movie in theaters, and it was like I was a fidgety 6-year-old, and it was the first movie I didn't fucking talk through.
Yeah. No, I was there, a youngster myself, and I was kind of like talking through it. My mom was having to shush me, as like I was getting into it, going, What are they doing? Oh, the trash compactor. Ah!
I oohed and awed, but I didn't get distracted, start like coloring or doing all the things I did
Oh
during
no,
like
yeah.
other movies I saw because I was young. I mean,
Oh yeah,
I'm
same here.
old, but I'm not a million. I was young when I saw Star Wars, but it was such a life-changing night. I remember
It
where we got
was.
gas. I remember where we got gas. I remember where we ate. I
Yep.
remember the place on Long Island we drove to see it.
I remember the theater I went to see it when my mom took me to it in Austin, Texas. That's the capital of Texas for those who don't live in the state of Texas. It was a pretty nice theater. It's of course not there anymore because it was back in 1977.
Mm.
But man, just that drum roll, the opening credits, the scroll, the crawling text, and then big as life, the ships flying across the screen, firing at each other. Nobody has ever seen anything like that. You talk about the cultural impact it had on for sci-fi fans. There hasn't been anything what that blah,
No,
there hasn't been
and
anything with
we
that
haven't.
impact.
It was epic. It was beyond 2001 because 2001 was a
Yes.
lot more cerebral, and I don't know what it's like to see
Hey,
that.
Ranker Steve.
Hey, what's
Hello,
going on,
Rancor
Ranker
Steve.
Steve?
Hola,
Hey
¿cómo
there.
estás, el baño? That's as much Spanish
How
as I
goes
know.
it?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah.
I saw you guys talk about Star Wars. I couldn't resist.
Oh yes.
I couldn't
Yeah,
resist.
like I don't know if you watched the have
Nope.
you watched the first? Nope, you have not seen Ahsoka.
I just watched it
Nope,
with the
that's
sound
our-
off.
All I
Nope.
know is someone gets stabbed and survives a lightsaber, which
Yeah,
then
that's
makes
it.
Qui-Gon
That's-
Jinn.
That's right up front. Yeah, right up front.
'Cause let's face it, they're not lightsabers anymore. They're light baseball bats.
They're wiffle ball bats. That's what they
Yeah.
are.
They might as well be foam boffer type swords that you can just bop somebody upside the head with and go, ha ha, I gotcha. Ha ha.
At no point in this 2-episode shit show was there an ability to make me feel like these were real people who acted in a normal way. I gotta say that.
I
Yeah.
have to say, someone pointed out, and maybe they're right. I think it was Neurotic that mentioned this. That the characters, you can obviously tell they're like, waiting for their cue points to say their lines, like pause, 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 act.
Turn off.
Pause, act. Like, you kind
I
of
can
see a
believe
little
that.
bit of that in the 2 episodes.
Yeah.
that-
You're saying they're trying to buy time, basically?
Yeah. And I also
But then-
feel there wasn't very. I felt there wasn't really much chemistry with the characters either.
Everybody spent a long time looking at each other before they fucking spoke. I noticed that.
Mm-hmm.
And this new crawl at the beginning, just this red lettering rising up the screen, it's like literally an Arial. There's nothing inspiring about it. And
Oh,
it's like
that's
their
hideous.
version. Well, I'm going to take a look at the Disney official story about what they say you need to know about Thrawn. And I'd love to have you there, Pop, to help me with the real lore to this one, because I think
Sure.
they've substantially changed who he is. I don't think it's the guy that they wrote about in the books. So Disney's trying to recontextualize him in their propaganda. We'll have some fun
Oh,
with that.
probably. Yeah. This is going to be like the 25% different version of Star Wars, like they did with the new Trek. It's like, oh, we got to make it 25% different.
Hey, what
I
a
think
Padawannabe.
Gotten to 125% different now. Hey, Padawannabe.
Yeah. Hey there.
Hello,
Is he there? Hello.
I'm
Oh,
here.
there he is.
I was cutting off all my other windows, so all my other
Oh, yeah.
tabs. So I was
I've
right
done
on.
that before.
in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I want you guys to continue, but if you have any questions, I think I can fill in a lot of stuff.
Oh, cool.
Now, questions on what?
Star Wars lore.
Well,
because it's-
yeah, a lot of the questions that have come up tonight, I'm like, I know that, I know that, I know that. I know
Yeah.
Right on. You're right on.
The basically the question here, the conflict is what's in these books that they say they're doing a movie of, and what's in this movie that seems to have nothing to do with the books.
Okay. Well, the problem's gonna come in because I can mention stuff, and people, if they don't know the books, they're not gonna know what I'm talking about. But
I don't really know the books, but
It's been a long
so as
time
far
since
as
I read them,
as far
but I might be able to hold
as
on to some of it.
original extended universe, and that's what EU is. And sorry, I had to hook my headphones back in. EU, as far as I'm concerned, is Star Wars. At a certain point, this kind of references something you guys were mentioning earlier. At a certain point, they're like in the very beginning when they made the first few books, they were inspired by Star Wars. But he didn't talk to George Lucas necessarily, but he wanted to be accurate. So he made it, and only the first 3 movies were made. So he really could go really far and not interrupt anything. Now, so that from what I understand, without doing a ton of research and everything, and someone will easily prove me wrong.
You mean Timothy Zahn? Are you referring
Well,
to
yeah,
Timothy Zahn or some
that
other
Timothy
author?
Zahn trilogy was one of the first. Now, what happens is another author does a book about Star Wars. I forget what the next one is exactly. But what happens is he knows Timothy Zahn wrote books. So he's like, you know what? Let me contact Zahn and see what he did so I can kind of reference. So he kind of goes off his books, off the information from him, and they're both going off Lucas. So still nothing is messed up. Now, in the 90s, the license or what the copyright or whatever you call it goes up. Lucas decides he's going to let other people write about Star Wars with the idea that whoever wants to write about Star Wars, whatever it is, a movie, a book, comics, if it has Star Wars and you want it to be connected to my world, you need to come to Skywalker Ranch. You have a meeting with my people and you run your story by them. So you can't kill Chewbacca off before Return of the Jedi. You can't do certain things that disrupt the movies. And this was still just 3 movies back then. But I'll tell you, in the 90s, explosion of content. I don't know who had it before Dark Horse, like what you guys were talking about, the really early comics.
Marvel.
But Dark Horse went hardcore. Writing about Star Wars is something that Dark Horse got put on the map for, because they were definitely an independent comic, like Marvel, DC. Who the hell's anybody else? You're all a joke. We've been in the business for 40 years at this point. Who are you going to try and compete with us? Well, somebody who gets a Star Wars title, that's who. So all of a sudden, all the comics, again, kind of go through this thing. And there are some inconsistencies, but nothing like we have dealt with anything like with what Disney has done. I never remember hearing people go, they didn't have that color lightsaber. Like even that kind of minutia was taken care of. And when the sequels came out, when the original ones, there was so much content made around the original trilogy. It's insane. We're talking some series go on for like 10 through 20 books. There's an X-Wing series. There's all kinds of books. There's a courtship of Princess Leia where somebody else is actually entitled to her by right, kind of, and Han Solo's kind of got a problem with that. There's the Han Solo trilogy is 3 books, which is his origin, which actually he has a buddy like Chewbacca, but not Chewbacca before he ever meets him. And this kind of
wait. Are we talking the ones that start with Han Solo at Star's End?
well, it's the old. It's the
There
Han
may
Solo
be
trilogy.
more than 3 books.
Well,
Brian
there's the
Daly.
Han
Yeah.
Solo
Brian
trilogy,
Daly.
and then there's the Adventures of Han Solo.
Yeah.
So
Brian
I think there's
Daly.
5 or
remember
6
those.
books of his particular, and he shows up here and there. But this
All right,
shows
I've
the
got-
origin of how he became when he was an orphan and how he got into being a kind of a smuggler and a pirate and everything. It tells you how he understands Wookiee. It doesn't tell you necessarily how he meets Chewbacca, but when you read all this stuff about Han Solo, the relationship you see in Star Wars, you're like, oh, that totally makes sense. It totally makes sense. And even though you never get all the story, you're still kind of curious. But then when they made the Han Solo movie, it was like, oh, this just did all the Han Solo EU. That's
That was
almost,
one of the
did.
worst movies I've seen in my entire
was.
life.
It
and
was.
the
Oh, it
whole
was so bad.
fact, because this was
I
one of
walked
the
out
things
before it ended. I walked out before it ended.
when they, and I've watched the Han Solo movie a few times. I like it. I don't hate it. It's just, I wish it was better. I wish it was better because I know the origin. You know what I mean? But I know what the original Jurassic.
Jonathan Kasdan is a horrible fucking writer. He's the writer of Willow. It's absolutely the worst fucking story ever. Everything is illogical and brain breaking. I'm sorry.
Well,
feel free
no,
to enjoy
that's
it if
not
you
it.
will, but
I just
there's-
know
why would
when
you use the
Jurassic Park
train
came
in that
out,
situation?
when Jurassic Park came out, I was a huge dinosaur freak since I was a little kid. I read Jurassic Park, and I was like, once the series, I was like, oh, it took them 3 movies to do the first book. Because there's scenes in Jurassic Park 3 that are from the first book. The first
And
Jurassic Park book
Park
is only
2
2
has
parts.
The second Jurassic Park movie is actually written by Spielberg screenwriters.
Yeah,
and unrelated
it's
to
not.
Michael
It's
Crichton.
very unrelated. Yeah. So I mean, that's why I say it's like I don't feel sorry. I just kind of feel bad because it's obviously something people love so much because they're getting so worked up over it. But it's like I've seen so many things over my life. Huge X-Men fan. Don't get me started. Huge dinosaur fan. Don't make it. People can go off on King Kong. It's just anything. So it's like I am just like my entertainment is there to entertain me. I can pick anything apart. I don't want to anymore. I mean, I've seen Wayne's World. I've watched Wayne's World so many times. I've seen it every day for an entire year, and I can rip that movie apart. But I'm not gonna.
When
There's
someone
no
did
reason
that to me with
you know?
Reservoir Dogs, I
mean-
moved into a different dorm room.
I just I just think to myself, it's like because I can easily be this person. I can get trapped in my negativity. I can drive people away. They're like, dude, this guy, he is just talking about really negative stuff. And it's like, so my entertainment, I see all the negative, but I just don't talk about that. Like there's some series I just haven't been on streams before because I don't talk about them as much. I don't really care. I mean, some stuff fits. I try, honestly, as a fan, I try to make as much fit as I can, whether it's canon or not. Whether it's EU or new stuff. I don't care if they're trying to change stuff. There's too much old stuff. You can't erase it.
Yeah.
As a fan, you can't erase the first 40 years of my life. And you've only put out a total of 20 or so things. I have in my possession over 200 individual different Star Wars content items, and I'm nowhere near having the full collection. You can't erase what I know. You can't. It doesn't even make sense. I've read so much EU, the new movies. I'm like, it can fit in wherever somebody wants to fit in, but I have so much story I could tell you. I'd be amazed if you're like, oh, that's all garbage. It's so bad. It's just, no matter what you like, if you like whatever the series that are coming out now, that's what the EU was. There was political books. There were Jedi books. There were clone books. There were specific series with Force users and not. You could get anything that you wanted. How I got
Death
turned on to
Troopers.
Star Wars books was by authors.
Remember the
There's-
original Death Troopers book where they had the ship
Yes.
of zombie stormtroopers?
Yes.
And now they're just boring robots. That's what they do
Well,
with the
I
lore.
mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Hello, Jedi Master Raven. How are you?
Hello.
AC Crispin
Hello.
was the author of the trilogy. Love it.
AC Christmas, yeah.
Is that the other Han Solo books? Because
It was
Brian
so-
Daly wrote the ones I'm familiar with. They came out during the time the movies were coming out.
Yeah, I
There's
remember
so many-
those as
there's
well.
so many.
I've got them pulled up on my.
That guy
laptop
might
here.
be, he might have been related to doing dialogue for Lucas, like humanizing it. He's like, maybe just say, let's get out of here, you know?
Oh, and what you guys were talking about Rebels before, I think so far everybody fits pretty well.
Okay.
I can understand it, even the criticisms that people have of things. I kind of have
Yeah.
answers before, and it's more like you can accept it or you can't, but this is what I got out of Rebels. You know, I watched all
Right.
Rebels many times,
Mhm.
so
Yeah. Same here.
Maybe you can help me here. Why is Ahsoka
Mm-hmm.
killing the bad robot logo over and over in this girl boss scene where she's running around and just running endlessly and then killing robots and running some more? Like, what the fuck is this all about?
well, what
And then
are,
she
as
jumps
opposed-
onto what I think is the ship from Rebels. I'm watching episode 1 right now, and the
Mhm.
robots just kind of wait to get blown up, and then all of a sudden she's much, much, much further away. And this is confusing.
That's crazy.
It makes very little sense, and there's almost no dialogue. I'm watching it right now.
Well,
Huh.
okay, what are you confused by? Because I just thought she ran too
I'm
slow.
confused. I'm
That's all.
confused by the physics of how far she covered so fast, how she teleported. I'm
Oh,
confused
what?
why the robots
I
wait. I'm
didn't-
confused why the robots
funny.
waited to die. I'm honestly confused why the robots waited with the bomb to
Okay,
die
well,
and held it against.
We
Like they
haven't
committed
seen
roboticide.
we haven't seen a droid once they initiate self-destruct. They don't chase down their subject. Because even in
What
Mando,
do you got to lose by trying that, though? Honestly,
you know,
kind of
but that's
unimaginative.
but it's an easy reference because in Mando he's like, I must self-destruct. He's like, no, don't do that. And he basically just stands there, puts this grenade out, and blows up. He's not going after anybody. They could all run away, you know, whether they'd get far enough because his explosive is nowhere near what is in these droids. Now, I can't remember who I was talking to. It might have been Apion, but they've mentioned that because this show is directly referencing Rebels and Clone Wars. Ahsoka's from
Right.
Clone Wars,
And
and it's
I
basically
was-
the next season of Rebels. So
And I want to just
in-
say, as a fan, this is a lot of needless spinning wheels and gears that I need to be in on to understand this horse shit. Like,
But
they
the
could have been a little more
explosion- the explosion
couldn't
is
be-
just droids don't chase you down. They just go, okay, this is what we're doing. So they're concentrating
No,
power for the
I got
explosive.
you on.
But
I
her,
got you on that one.
Ahsoka, I actually thought she was moving too slow. I was like, God, can't
I
she
would
run
agree,
like
but-
an athlete? You know.
Well, what happens
So-
is she teleports about a quarter mile in a second.
Yeah,
So she does.
and
she knows
yeah.
that she's going to hit a certain place and just teleport forward.
Yeah,
But
and
what
I've
I'm
seen
saying
that
is,
in a lot of
I
movies.
don't
so,
think
yeah, I
it
get
makes
you
sense
there.
that once you become a self-deletion bomber, that you would just give up your mission and like, well, I'll run as fast as I can, and maybe parts of me will help self-delete this
No,
enemy.
yeah, I don't agree with that
That's
either.
ridiculous.
The way they
The
do
press-
assassin
we have
droids is not right.
Depressed
It's
we
not
have
right.
depressed
Yeah.
robot. Well, the assassin droid, if it
Mhm.
had a blaster on it, takes Padme right out. And Ranker Steve,
But-
is that a Boba Fett helmet I see?
Yes.
That looks like
There's
it.
That's
a
pretty nice.
Very cool.
there's a Boba Fett helmet,
Wow,
and there's a
look
little
at
mini
that.
The Rocketeer guy.
Rocketeer.
Yes, a Rocketeer
Cool.
It's
of
the
him.
Rancor tier, actually, I believe.
Rancor.
I'm gonna set the Rocketeer guy down because I was like trying to stand him up. He's kind of cool looking.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's
pretty
good.
cool
I have to
sit him
looking
down.
You
there.
know, like
That was a good pose.
Andy Masterson created a little minifigure just for you, didn't
I
he?
know, right?
That's nice.
Isn't that
That's
something?
awesome.
He also gave me a knife, which was pretty cool. He gave me a Rambo knife.
He has a
Oh,
little-
that's
little
You
neat.
knife.
gotta love that.
Nice.
That's
So-
pretty cool.
Yeah, since you guys are talking about Star Wars, I have a lot of Star Wars. I have a lot of signed Star Wars stuff. It's crazy.
Oh,
And then I
Ooh.
have this guy. And I personally smashed this after watching Book of Boba Fett.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Oh,
God darn
It's-
you
it's all-
guys. I
it-
can't believe I
you
heard of
under-
another fan doing this stuff.
You
I know somebody that
underreacted, in my
burned.
opinion.
I know somebody that piled up all their Boba Fett stuff and lit it on fire.
what?
I don't know if I can deal with this.
Wow.
I
I could
don't
do it.
know if I
That
can deal
one-
with this.
I can
That
do
one
it.
streamer burned all his Star Trek or Star Wars stuff at once. He poured like a chemical
Why
on it and
wouldn't
destroyed
you
it.
give it to somebody that wants? Why wouldn't you?
I have to
Because making
say,
a statement.
I have to say, as a anime fan,
It hurts me more than
Um,
Disney. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
They couldn't give a shit, and I'm crying.
as an
Yeah.
anime fan, the series Bleach, the way with the last arc on with Bleach on the manga, how they rushed it, a lot of Bleach fans were not happy. So a lot of Bleach fans were like gathering their manga and DVDs and setting them on fire.
Wow.
Oh, but I'll say this right now. I'll say this right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, people are gonna say this isn't exactly the same, but I have had pit bulls for over 20 years. I absolutely hate the persona that they get in public, and a lot of people don't even give them a chance. But I would never do to them what you guys are doing.
okay.
Well-
Go ahead, Steve.
No, you can finish.
I understand it, like if you're not happy how the series went, but burning stuff is quite extreme.
Well, I mean,
Doesn't
that's
matter.
it's
It's
like
not a
why
lie.
wouldn't just
The difference between
pass
that and a pit bull is one is an inanimate object and one is a living thing. So let's
pass
not
the
make that
happiness?
equivalent.
It's just pass the happiness along. Why destroy it?
Well,
Why hate
well, if it-
something
because
because
it's a-
somebody else
it's
gave you an
his.
idea?
All right,
Because
I
It's
still
free-
love
freedom of
Boba
speech,
Fett for
right?
what it was. No, I'm saying that. It just hurts because I'm
right.
just as a
Does
fan. It
looking at this
hurts.
helmet make you just want to cry?
Oh, I already have tears in my
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah.
It
Well, I
hurts
have-
me.
I have good
Oh,
news.
man.
I do have good news. This isn't the actual Boba Fett helmet. It is made from the actual mold from Boba Fett.
Okay.
I eventually down the road, I am going to. I've been working on with Gary, fixing up the different castings so we can actually make a legit Boba Fett helmet. And yeah, so he asked me, he's like, do you want to he goes, how much do you love Boba Fett? I said, he's my favorite Star Wars character.
Yep.
And he's like, go watch Book of Boba Fett. So I did. And he's like, how do you feel? And I said, I feel very hurt, lied, cheated, everything possibly wrong. He's like,
What episode did you make it to when you felt
don't
that way?
matter.
Was
It
a
don't
meeting?
matter.
No,
I
I
got-
want to know.
I got 2 minutes
I
into
wanna
it, and I
know.
was like, this is just wrong.
Because
Yeah.
Dances with Sand People did it for me.
I have a
Well,
question
yeah,
when he's
same
done
here.
here. I have an
But-
immediate response question for when you're done.
Okay. So he asked me to smash it for Pop Culture Breakdown. I was like, deal, I can do it. Now, if they remade this guy here and they fucked it up, butchered it up, um, I would probably do a mold of my own Rocketeer helmet and then smash it, because this one is like way
Yeah,
more
don't
important
ruin
than
that.
that right there. But I am
Mhm.
making a new version of the Boba Fett helmet. It's going to be
Can I just say, beat
Yes.
up and blown up as it is, it's still more Star Wars looking than anything I've seen in this show.
It looks
If that
kind
was
of
like-
cool.
Yeah.
It did have this
Yeah.
thing, and I
It-
ripped it off. It had the
It looked
front
like
part.
that Mandalorian came to a bad end fucking with people, but if that was in
I
the
could-
corner in this Star Wars
Yeah.
show I'm watching right now, it would add so much more realness to the sterile set that seems, is this filmed in what they call the volume? It looks really fake. This is a bad show. I feel
Oof.
bad for my friends who review Star Wars.
You have my permission to cry now.
Because all I
Dude.
have to say is anybody that has watched Boba Fett, if you
Yeah.
haven't read the Boba Fett trilogy, please. It
Read
is
the first
one
book.
of
Oh yeah.
it is
a
one
fun
of
one.
the best stories in the EU.
Why they didn't use that for his escape from the Sarlacc pit is beyond me. It was
'Cause
a
they
really,
can't
really
do it.
good idea.
They can't do
Yeah.
it. It involves
own it.
another character helping him. He's not doing it
Yeah.
on his own.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Well-
mean in that sense? Yes. Okay.
The reason
He
why
doesn't save himself. He gets saved.
But he's
Otherwise,
not
he
a
would
woman.
have died. You know.
But he's not a
But-
woman.
I'm just saying they didn't want that. They don't want that. They don't want the other bounty hunters there. They're making it very apparent. They
Isn't
haven't even
the,
tried
reason
to
that
include
the-
them. As
isn't
soon
what
as they give
happened
us something
to-
that looked like an old bounty hunter, they were like,
I'm
"Nope, this
sorry.
isn't him. This
Yeah,
is
my
another guy."
My recollection of what happened in the Sarlacc pit was there was also a Jedi in there, and that because the Jedi was being slowly digested, he was using the Force. He had some ability to communicate with Boba Fett through the Sarlacc and through the Force, and that they're both in there like 8 to 10 years, while the Jedi and him are in like some sort of permanent mind meld. Now, is
It wasn't
this
that long,
possibly a
though.
comic book? All right, but that's what happened more or less. I got the time frame wrong, but
Mhm.
I nail the
Mhm.
chain of events? And so let's say it's 6 months. It was a lot cooler than he wakes up, he shoots off his flamethrower, and he's out of there. That means that if
No, I
Jabba's
mean,
plan would wait,
I
hold
can
on,
tell
wait a
you-
minute. Let
I
me
mean,
just
I don't
finish.
want to spoil.
If
Yeah, go ahead.
Jabba's plan would have worked, do you really think Luke, Chewie, Lando, and Han would have had any problem with that fucking thing that Boba Fett kicked the shit out of in 10 seconds? I'm
That Boba. Oh, yeah.
I can
Well, the
explain
thing is, they're not doing the Sarlacc pit. It isn't just a pit. There is actually something down there that could come out, but we don't see it. It
Not
just
anymore.
it
Well,
sits
not
there.
really
It
anymore.
sits
It's a
there because it's
mollusk.
a worm. Because it's a long thing, and that's why it takes so long to digest it.
now
too,
it's a
'cause it doesn't-
mollusky Venus
Mhm.
flytrap.
Yeah.
Hello, Dad Mad Walking. Hey, y'all. I just found a very bad show, period. Star Wars
Huh.
or not, it was just bad. Anything. IMO.
Yeah, I'm watching the Ahsoka show now. To put a purple-haired woman in this, they just wanted people to be mad. This is meat shielding, to put things in there that people will say, so they can say, "Oh, they just don't like this and they just don't like that." But this looks bad, and this
See,
looks
but I
very
just like every
non-Star
series.
Wars.
Yeah.
Every series I watched, if I didn't like it, I was like, well, this just hypes up the EU. It just, whatever.
yeah.
Like if somebody
Yeah.
was looking for a good story and they're like, I didn't get one here. And I'm like,
Didn't that already
Well, to
happen
me-
with Part of the Jedi, right?
but take any of the movie. Like if people didn't like the prequels, it's like there's so many EU novels connected to the sequels. They go so far beyond like 30, 50, 70 years past Return of the Jedi.
I have a question
Yeah.
for everyone on the panel here.
Okay.
Since the
Okay.
sequels have come out, have, whether you like the prequels or not before the sequels came out, are they the prequels, are they more enjoyable to watch now than say 10, 15 years ago?
I think
Based
so,
off
but
of
I
the
have a
sequels.
specific reason. I have a specific
Clo-
reason why. That's
Closer to
different from
20,
most.
but
Because
yes,
the answer is
it's-
very interesting. A lot of people have a very interesting answer now
Yeah.
versus like 10 years ago.
I
I hate
my,
it
my
because
answer
I love
stayed the same.
prequels now.
Honestly,
My answer stayed the same.
the deal is I was okay with the prequels by the middle of Attack of the Clones because I think the internet got George Lucas off a bad path, and I feel like we
Mhm.
got maybe arguably, and I know this is very arguable, but to me, the Star Wars movie I enjoy the most is quite honestly Revenge of the Sith. And I apologize. I
Yeah.
love that movie. I love it. I love the Tale of Plagueis. I love the evil intrigue. And I love that the end of like a generational plan that beat them. They're like, well, I guess we should adopt a generational plan to fight back against the plan we just lost. It's like 40-year time frame, just like two
Yeah.
plans, and like this time. And I would just point out the Jedi, if they hadn't set up that they were terrible strategists for 3 movies, the
They're not
attack
strategists.
on. You know what? If I'm Yoda, this is what I say, and we end it right here.
He's the
You
only
ready?
one. He's the only one.
First, ready? This is
Oh,
honestly
the foreshadowing.
if you after they watch the security tapes, you're right. Listen,
Right.
first,
Mhm.
first, motherfucker, you and me will go together, and the Emperor we kill. Then
No
after
shit.
he is
Yeah.
dead,
That's
you and
right.
me go together, and Vader we kill because
Well, the
almost killed him
problem-
our own. We don't.
See, and that's a
Plan,
problem.
smart, that is not.
That's a problem I see with the Jedi. It's that honor where a gray Jedi would be just like, we just got to
No,
do
that's
this.
dumb. No, that's dumb. You're fighting
I
to
get
lie
it.
for the
It's dumb.
entire
Yeah.
I
galaxy.
get it.
not
It's
gray.
dumb.
It's
I
not gray.
understand
It's
it's dumb.
dumb. It's
But what's
actually
your
evil
reasoning?
If they did it on purpose. If they did it on purpose,
I
they're
haven't
evil.
even heard anybody else make a reason for that. They just go, it's dumb or I like it. Like, what is anybody
because
else's
they're
reason?
keepers of the peace, not
Okay,
soldiers. They're terrible strategists. Terrible,
that's-
terrible strategists.
And exactly
That's
that.
in-world.
They
That's
are
my
terrible
in-world
strategists.
reason.
Some
Yeah,
of them would
in-world,
be
we've heard
good
that.
because
They get a
naturally.
little better once Mace Windu dies because he was the worst strategist we ever saw. He
Wait,
destroyed
did he
Shield.
die?
They
he's gonna
never,
come
like-
back.
You
Wow.
can't. I don't
George
care
Lucas
what
is-
I don't
anybody
know.
says. I don't
Mace
care what
Windu's
anybody
dead.
says.
He's dead in my heart.
Knowing Mace Windu from the EU
Uh,
and knowing the structure of the building he flew out of, he's not dead, man.
6
I don't know
miles
what
high.
to tell
Even
you.
George Lucas said he's not dead.
yeah.
Well,
even-
Now, as
I
far
have.
as
He will be once he speaks 5 lines written by Jonathan Kasdan. He's as good a writer
All
as
he
his
had,
brother.
all he had was a hand cut off. You don't think he could force push himself onto some transport?
Yeah.
There's only like
Well, then I'd
literally,
be very
there's-
happy.
Wait,
if- what
there's
was gonna-
literally
if I-
5,000 cars before he hits the ground. I mean,
Unless I'm
give him a
putting snakes
chance.
on unless I'm putting snakes on a plane,
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of Samuel L. Jackson. He can't get the hit pulled off cleanly in Pulp Fiction. He doesn't kill Django. He's terrible at running shield. It has flying aircraft carriers. At the end,
That's
they've got a
awesome.
recurring
That's awesome.
special. And the Jedi, he runs them right into the ground with bad decision making right in front of his boss. He's like,
right.
I sense the dark
And-
side around the
and
Emperor,
with
and I
all
don't trust
that-
young Skywalker. Let's put them
and-
together. That's one
And with
sentence,
all that
bro.
just said, I can't think of another actor that I'd be like, damn, that dude's badass.
If I'm the Emperor, I'm like, I shouldn't have. The Emperor waited to kill Mace Windu. He's like, this is doing my job for me. I fucking love this
Yeah.
guy. He was like,
Yeah.
I'm giving $20,000 to his campaign to run for chairman.
But I
of the
mean,
Jedi
come
Council
on.
again.
Raquel, what
Now,
were you
if,
gonna
if
say?
there's
I-
one thing,
Oh no, go hard, head pop.
oh, okay, thank you.
I'll be the
If there's
moderator.
one thing the sequels, the prequels showed was how short-sighted the Jedi were. Now, as far as
Yes, exactly.
were they
exactly.
enjoyable? Were they enjoyable movies? Yeah, I kind of enjoyed them back then, and I learned to appreciate them even more, especially in comparison to the Disney sequels. I mean, George Lucas at least gave us something new and original, whereas Disney, with varying
There's
results,
a good
Disney's
I
just giving
really
us
like the
rehash.
prequels a lot.
Yeah,
There's
really
a good
like the
movie
prequels a lot.
inside of every flawed sequel movie. They're a little bit
No,
flawed,
no,
but there's a really good story inside of all of them.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves,
And
Adam.
people,
now
I like-
one thing.
go ahead.
One
go
thing
ahead.
I do enjoy about the prequels is that the sheer number of fan
Natalie
edits
Portman.
out there, where people have taken 3 movies and edited them down to 1. Probably my favorite fan edit of the prequels so far has been Star Wars Neon Noir.
Yeah.
So
You've seen that?
Oh,
Uh,
it's so good.
so
It's
funny.
pretty interesting what this guy did in editing these three movies down to one single movie. He essentially made a very good edit that got rid of a lot of the bad dialogue, some unnecessary scenes, like, well, the pod racing scenes was jettisoned. He put in a new soundtrack with new songs, which was kind of odd, some choices, but overall, I thought the edit and worked. A different ending to it that I thought worked a whole lot better.
It's really good.
It's really good. Star Wars Neon Noir. Something I would
Okay.
recommend checking out
I,
at least
I
once.
can. I might kind of be proud to say this as a Star Wars fan. I am not even interested and have never seen any edit of any film. I
Oh.
like the movies as they are.
You
I watch
should-
them over and
Yeah.
over and over.
You should
And
try it.
my
Some movies are
favorite-
good.
Well, a lot of people say they don't have time to watch stuff. And it's like I have a lot of new content. I try to
there's a
limit
little
my
bit-
rewatches. Well, people say
Yeah,
I don't
little
have
joke
time, and it's
there.
like, well, how many times have you watched TNG? 8 times. Well, yes, you have time. You're watching other stuff
You
over.
have time. Yeah.
You know, that's all I mean. That's all I mean.
I
know?
have rewatched
I
the
was just making a little joke there because your
You
phrasing
know, I'm
was,
playing
I have
with you.
never
I'm
watched.
playing with you too,
No,
man.
I get it. But what you said is, I have never watched any film, and my rejoinder was, you should try it. Some movies are good.
Oh, yeah, for real.
oh,
You made
yeah.
an absolute declarative
But
there,
I
and I
just-
had to
yeah,
have some
like
fun
a
I
with
have
that. Way to
watched
go.
Triple
the
Well
negative.
played.
original Star Wars like a few times. Not with Disney, sadly.
Okay, yeah, I've watched a lot on Disney because that's the easiest thing I can get. But I
Mhm.
definitely notice things. But I'll tell you right now, as a digital and hard copy person, like I like buying movies. There's a lot of stuff you watch. I noticed at a certain point on cable and streaming, what they show is not what you buy.
Mhm.
It might be some director's cut. So it's like what you own now. Like if you buy Tropic Thunder, the original theatrical cut, that is not what they show on streaming.
Yeah.
It is a different version. Some of the 95% of the stuff is the same, but then you get to a scene that's really funny and they have alternative jokes. And it's
Yeah.
funny, but the
Solid
other ones just really
trilogies
knock it
like
out of
that,
the
too.
park, you know? And there's a few movies like that. Like you're watching it along, you're enjoying, and then you're like, wait a second, I don't remember him saying that. And that's because he didn't. You know, I mean,
Mhm.
so there is some stuff that is changing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
the prequels, especially episode 3, because that's a very
Mhm.
personal one to me, because
Mhm.
I actually got to see them make that movie
Oh, cool.
before it came out. So I know I have a family member who worked on episode 3, and it's, when they're Obi-Wan and Anakin are fighting, that's not
Mhm.
directed by
No.
George Lucas. It's
George.
Spielberg.
No. Yeah.
That was
To
his.
be
Oh,
honest,
wow.
yeah. I
I
mean, to
believe
be
you.
honest, none of the movies were really direct. He wasn't the guy doing 100% of the stuff. There was
Yeah.
always somebody else there. You know,
But
I mean,
if you watch episode 3, the duel between Anakin and Obi-Wan, it is a complete Spielberg.
I'm thinking of that
sequence.
one long
I could
shot
see
where we go
that.
all
Exactly.
the way
I could
around
see
the
that.
array.
Yeah.
And
What
it's
gives
very
it
Spielberg, and you're
away
right.
is there's a shot, and I told my
I thought it was
brother
a
that when I
homage.
caught on to it, because he didn't. He told me, he goes, some big directors directing this one sequence.
his certain
And-
style is there.
Yeah.
Certain
There was-
shots.
God, the music for that part.
And so my brother who worked on episode 3, I saw the previous, and which is what my brother does, and there's a certain camera angle that's a little tweaked, just a
Mhm.
little
Yeah,
bit,
yeah.
which is
the right
Spielberg.
way, yeah.
I said this before I went to college and did the whole film thing, and George Lucas walked into the room, And I was like, that's Spielberg. And George Lucas told my brother, he's like, you're not supposed to tell anyone. And my brother said he figured it out. I was like, dude, I even looked at George Lucas. I was like, this is Spielberg's shot right here. He's like, yeah, he directed this whole entire sequence. I was like, yeah. And I said, because of Temple of Doom. He's like, he just stopped. He's like, God damn, you're pretty good at this. I was like, I've watched enough movies. Yeah. But if Padawannabe, have you ever watched the commentators of Tropic Thunder?
Probably.
If you haven't, check it out. It is the
I
funniest
think.
commentating.
Well, it's depending on which one you're talking about. Like I've watched the one where the
director.
actors do it, but I don't know if I've seen the one where just the directors talk about it.
It's both. It's only 3 people. It's Ben Stiller, Jack Black, and Robert Downey Jr. And Robert Downey Jr. plays.
I have
all
heard
3
that one.
characters.
I have heard that one.
It's the funniest thing.
He comes in character. Yeah, for the
He does.
DVD. Because he makes that joke. He's like, I told you I don't drop character to DVD commentary.
Does all 3 characters. He does.
It's hilarious.
Rick
It's
Osiris,
hilarious.
the Australian guy, and then him.
And it's funny because I do
Wow.
remember that because I was like, wow, I think this is the first time I've heard Jack Black be in the room and not be the funniest guy.
It's dude.
Because
it's
Robert Downey Jr. kills it, dude. He is so funny in that thing because they actually do all come in and sit down for a viewing of it. And I think he was late. One of them was
I
late.
missed that. I really
Like
missed that
if you
extra
have the
content.
DVD, if you have the DVD with the extra stuff on it, because like all those extra scenes, the deleted scenes that are on that is what shows up streaming. And it's like these are all the
Or
alternative
George-
scenes.
Wow. I'm gonna have to look for that
George-
now.
How about like George Lucas's actual commentary through the movies when he's just like,
so bad.
yeah, I just stuck the camera.
See, gosh, I
out of
can't.
the hotel."
There's so
But I still
much,
want to
man.
hear what he has to say. I
There's
want
so-
to hear
Yeah.
what George Lucas. And
There's so
Carrie
much-
Fisher. Carrie Fisher is hilarious on the special
She is-
edition of Star
no,
Wars.
Carrie
She's so
Fisher-
drunk by the
God,
middle of
dude.
Empire Strikes Back. She
Carrie
is so
Fisher-
drunk.
If any of you are Carrie Fisher fans, I encourage you to go on YouTube and look at her compilation that's on the Craig Ferguson show specifically. It's several different interviews, and she is a fantastic, candid interview. And nobody did it better than that guy. I mean, it was so funny, so funny.
She wrote the Adam Sandler movies. It's been
It's so funny,
like
dude.
it's
so
valid.
funny.
It's been validated. She wrote most of them.
Oh,
Well, here's if you want a better commentator of Star Wars, of any of the original ones, or even the prequels, anything leading up to the sequels, talk to the people who worked on the movie. Like I watched Raiders of the Lost Ark with Ben Burtt. He's the guy who pretty much created the sound of the lightsaber, and he's the godfather of sound.
I'm
And-
so glad you didn't say Mike Zero.
No,
That's
it's
cool.
I
I
my
saw it with
brother worked-
J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, my brother worked personally with Ben Burtt, and I actually tried to get a job, and I've been trying to get him on other shows, and Ben Burtt is not answering. And I asked my brother, he's like, "Why do you want his email?" He knew why.
Why wouldn't you want his email?
God.
But I wanted to go into sound editing and design, and Ben Burtt was pretty much the go-to guy. And we watched Raiders of the Lost Ark, and he told me everything of like all the things he did. I was like, oh my goodness.
Awesome.
And if you just sit down with anyone who ever worked on Star Wars, those are the best commentators because they will tell you the funniest stories. They won't even talk about the movie. They'll just
Exactly,
talk about
yeah.
how drunk they were when they were making stuff. Like,
Well, I mean,
it's-
honestly, how long do you think they were sitting there thinking? They're like, I don't know what to do.
Harrison was
They're like,
smoking
let's get a
hashish all
bottle.
day this day in Marrakesh. That's
Well,
why he
look at
sounds like he
only-
doesn't give a fuck.
Only
Well, the
imagine
guy
how
who-
long it would take to think.
the
of that
guy who
stuff
I
they
would
did.
love to sit down and talk to is Joe Johnson, the guy who created this Boba Fett and the Millennium Falcon. He'd be great. But he's like, he's done with film. He's like, he's retiring. He's like, I'm done. I got one more movie, maybe 2, and that's it. I
Well,
I
he
just want
might
to see my
do a
dogs.
podcast then.
What?
Yeah.
He might do a podcast then.
I don't think
That's
so.
right. Why
He's been doing this
retire?
for
Hey,
50 years.
Why not ask them? Say, hey, you don't even have to do it now. Just say, maybe, keep me in your contacts. I plan
Doesn't
on
matter,
being on
basically.
this YouTube or whatever for a while. Maybe in 6 months or a year, maybe you look me up again. What the heck?
was con-
Why not?
he was con-
Why not,
con-
dude?
I worked on
It
a
was good.
movie where Dean Wright, the special effects supervisor for Lord of the Rings, and I mentioned Star Wars, and his body just froze. He looked at me. He's like, please don't mention. I was like, George Lucas, and he's like, oh man,
You speak of the chosen one.
Well, here's the thing, George Lucas, as great of a filmmaker as he is, his best movie is American Graffiti. It's hands down his greatest
I
directing.
think it's
movie.
just the idea
Not-
of that guy.
not
You're
Red
like,
Tails?
oh,
No, it's American Graffiti because that's he's created a film of what he used to do was car racing. And Dean Wright used to work with George Lucas.
yeah. He didn't have
wow.
family in that movie though.
Yeah. And the thing about George Lucas is he's not all there in the head. He's
Yeah.
if you get to talk to him, he's socially awkward.
Honestly, I
He-
think
it-
he would be
almost died,
on
right?
the what is it? What do they call it?
Spectrum?
On the
Autism
spectrum.
spectrum.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
I
has
think he'd be
absolutely-
close for sure.
He has a. It's because of the car accident. Well, I'm
Aw.
sitting with Dean Wright,
Oh,
and
Almost died.
I'm sitting with Dean Wright, and he's all like, "You do know that George?" I was like, "Yeah, George Lucas is one of the guys who made me want to be a filmmaker." He's like, "You do know he's like a slave driver when it becomes filmmaking." I was like,
That's what happened.
"Yeah,
man.
my brother told me." He's like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah." And then Ben Burt told me the same thing. And I was like, George Lucas is not the greatest person, but visually, he's just in his own little world. It's
None
just
of them
him.
are.
And I get why he sold Star Wars. He's like the fans. I think it's the fans that pushed him because of the prequels. And now
I
the
can
fans
see
are
that.
begging
Yeah.
him back. And he's like, I don't think I want to come back.
I can see that.
It makes
just
total
say-
sense. So when everyone's
'Cause
like,
sadly,
oh, George,
yeah,
I
When
would just
George-
love to see him come back as somebody writes a script and he just is the overseer. He's like,
the
this works,
consultant.
this doesn't,
Yeah.
this,
I
I
just
want
wanna
to
see him
do
come on an
and I want to
episode of
do
The
Lord
Orville like
Michaels
that,
more than George. It's like, yeah, no. Yeah,
You
oh,
want
that's
to
I
do
can
Howard
see
the
that
Duck.
because unfortunately,
I would
when the
even love to see
prequels-
that. I would love
yeah.
to see that because he worked with Dave Filoni so much. I think Dave Filoni would, if George Lucas said yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, no, yes, no, yes.
well,
I think Filoni might give him that movie.
Huh.
because here's the
You
thing.
know what I
Here's
mean?
the problem I have with Filoni is one, George Lucas, you can't say no to him. When he did the prequels, everyone was like, yes, sir, yes, sir. That's
I like
that's
him.
why the
I don't
prequels
care.
were. I know, but when he was doing the original trilogy, everyone was
Uh-huh.
like, "No, you got to do it this way." He's not a
Yeah.
good director now. He's very much a storyteller.
I didn't.
when the
I mean,
prequels happened-
honestly, as much as I love Star Wars and everything, I never really thought George was the guy. He was the idea.
Yes,
Everything else
Mhm.
was. He found the people that could work. Could he have found better people? Yeah, for sure.
oh
For
yeah.
sure. But he found people that he trusted because he honestly, even if you take it at face value, it's like, okay, he seems very much a nerd, like a
I don't know.
Bill
Just
Gates,
very
but-
quickly,
but-
has anyone ever seen the confrontation between him and all his people when he shows them the Phantom Menace? And he's like, coming to terms with it, and then the camera turns off and on again. It's like 2 hours later, and he's drunk, and he's like, I made a particular kind of film, and he's like trying to defend himself, and like the
The
guy
only-
who produces his movie. But yeah, one of his financial backers is like, you go from the death of a hero to comedy with Anakin, back to drama with Obi-Wan, to a final confrontation, to more comedy with the droids. What are you trying to do? And he's like, I like what I did here, but what I'm going to do is try to reduce it because I may have gone a bit too far in a few
Okay,
places.
okay.
So I mean, I think that there was a moment when he saw the movie where nobody applauded and afterwards, and he's wearing like a fine cable knit sweater. He's not wearing denim. No, I'm sorry, he's not wearing plaid. It's really strange. He's not wearing flannel. And like, I think it's like it's not Kathleen Kennedy's husband. It's someone else. He's just like, do you understand that like you've wove these like 5 like momentous events, one
the
TV
producer.
comic.
And
Yeah.
I can just see
And it's like,
George
you could
Lucas
go
like
from
in a
hijinks
screening.
with-
I can see
for
him
a
in the
minute there,
screening in the back, and then he gets up and walks out. He's like, "Yeah, I'm a good driver. I'm definitely a good driver. Yeah, Dad let me drive the car on Sundays."
No, like honestly, he didn't see this. He didn't see this coming. Like the video camera is on, right? And he walks. He's like,
I
"How you
know.
doing? Hey, what's up? Hey, good to see you. What's going on?" Right? And there's like a dinner theater in his house. You know what I mean? Because he's so wealthy at the Skywalker Ranch.
Yeah.
And you hear the old-fashioned boop, 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 like for the movie to start. And then the camera goes off at that moment. It turns back on, and like there's like no one's reacting, and he's like, "Well, I guess I may have gone a bit too far in a few places." And then it turns off, and it turns back on, and we're somewhere else, and like he's got a glass of wine, and like
Yeah.
everybody-
I've
Yeah,
seen
baby.
I've
haven't
seen
seen
that.
that.
I remember that. Yeah.
But
everyone's yelling at him, and he's like, I did what I wanted to do, but I'm gonna undo it a little bit, and we could start to walk it back." And I honestly think that within 3 months of that, he went on the internet, because it was starting to really work well around 2000, and he went on as like THX 4321, and people were like,
Yep.
like, "Fuck you, man, you're not really George Lucas, and that movie was ass." And he was like, oh my god, I went a lot further than I thought.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to say
but,
about that one. I think he found out right away, but he got Phantom Menace out without any criticism, and he was boasting he wrote it in 3 hours. He wants that statement back.
I'll say
Hey,
this
Ray-
about. Oh, go ahead, please.
Hey,
please.
Lucard,
Hello, Ray.
Ray
Just-
Lucard.
is this about lightsabers being pool noodles?
Yes.
Blue
noodles.
I
Oh,
guess.
man.
Wolf of all that.
Hello
Okay,
and welcome.
I have a comment about that too. Damn it!
Yeah.
I have so many comments. I can't even remember what we were just talking about.
Same here. I've got some major problems
It's
with
good
how
news.
the
We had made it to the
lightsabers
end
have been
of it.
working.
I had so many.
Oh
things
yeah,
to
like
say.
how do they
Gosh
not
darn
cook?
it.
How do they not cook your internal organs like they were saying
Exactly.
the other night?
Yeah,
Like, it's gotta be, like-
yeah. That's
I mean,
I
when you
take
think
that
about
into
it-
credit too. I
Yeah,
take that
I mean,
into
when you
credit
think
too.
about
It's
it,
gotta be as hot as an acetylene torch, right?
Mhm.
I
if
like
not
what,
more so.
I like what
And-
Ray Lucard said with the prequels. There was nobody to
Oh,
tell
I remember now.
George why.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because no one
these-
wanted to tell him no.
Who would? Who's gonna tell the boss you can't do
You know,
this?
I
Hey,
I
yo,
have a
boss, you can't do this. Boom.
honest,
You know?
honestly, I have
I mean, here,
I have
hey,
2 or
finish
3
this guy off for me. You
What
know,
if he
I
hired
Come
Joe
on.
Pesci?
I have like
Come
2 or 3
on.
whys. I have 2 or 3 whys for George Lucas. Like, why didn't the Jedi break loose something more substantial than credits and go get this Jedi generator away from slavery on Tatooine? Right? Like,
Okay.
why not just like
Mhm.
hashtag
Jedi
Shmi too? That's all I want to say.
Wait, okay. The Jedi
She
generator. You
had the
mean
chosen
Shmi?
one.
Okay, okay.
Hashtag
Why didn't they go
hashtag
after her?
Shmi too.
Why
Yeah,
didn't they go
why?
after her? Because the
Why
Jedi
didn't
at
great
that point
leader
are
Mace
too
Windu
smug.
go-
They are not in as tune as the Force as they should have been.
Yeah.
Only
I think
very
it
few
should've been-
were. A lot of
I'm
them
gonna
were
call
just
it a
following
legitimate
orders.
plot
Because
hole.
I'll tell you right now, the U.S. military, I would
would
not
have grabbed her.
trust.
They would have
Well,
grabbed
no,
her
I'm
and
just
put her in
saying,
Guantanamo
like,
Bay.
if I were to meet all members of the U.S. military, there's a lot of them I might not trust right away because they're like, I'll
You
do whatever I have to do.
spontaneously-
I'll even
Wait,
kill
hold
you.
on.
You know,
Just give me a second here on this. Just give me a second here on this one. She spontaneously generated, and they seem to believe her. She spontaneously generated the most powerful Force user, more powerful than Yoda they'd ever seen, ever, and they take off. I'm just gonna say this: there might be an in-world explanation, but it's a genuine plot hole in the movies,
Okay.
just as the fact they say that the hyperspace doesn't work, but they get to another solar system in less
You're
than
talking
300,000
about
years.
you're talking about Anakin, right?
right? Or
Those
Shmi
mother
I'm
being
just,
able
I
to.
just,
generating.
I just
Yeah.
want
Okay,
to,
oh,
just, I
okay,
just want
guys.
to.
Generating force
Hold up,
users.
hold up.
One at a time. One at a time, please.
Yeah, there's a
Really.
bunch
Yeah.
of people talking at once.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Rick or Steve, what do you want to say? And then I'm gonna get share screens for
Here,
pop culture.
take
Okay.
this
Oh,
off.
thank
I
you.
have one thing that's going to end all this Star Wars stuff. Jar Binks is a Sith Lord.
I like Jar Jar.
He is.
So is
Even though it's a
C-3PO.
The
little racist.
Gungans are the
Yeah.
Ewoks. Episode 1 is Return of the Jedi 1.5.
Because I'll say this
Uh,
real quick. The reason why he's a Sith Lord is there's always in every Star Wars movie, in the prequels and trilogy, there's always two Sith Lords.
There is
Oh,
always
yeah.
two
People-
Sith Lords. And
Uh.
Jar Jar works the Force in like nobody we've ever seen. And if
Yep.
he held a lightsaber, he's done. He won't.
George
Yeah.
Lucas even
He's
admitted
going to cut himself in half.
Raquel, the table is yours.
Thank you. Pop, where are you sharing?
Oh, well, going back to what Teague was talking about before, this is I remember these books as well. So this is where Teague and I are coming from for Star Wars novels. I finally
Right, they
found
bring
this
you inside their
article.
heads and stuff too. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, I have a quick question. I have just a real kind of random question. We've all seen the Star Wars movies,
You
correct?
have?
Right.
The original 6, at least.
I
Now-
have.
There's Han
Have
Solo's
you-
revenge.
Okay, if you've read, or I'm sorry, if you've seen the movies, have you read the books of these movies? Because they are different.
I have not read the
They are
novelizations, but I have read
I have
Splinter of the
read
Mind's
some.
Eye. I
Because
remember reading Han Solo at Star's End by Brian Daley.
now, like those
Right.
movies
Han Solo's
are, or I'm
Revenge.
sorry, those
And
novels
Han
are
Solo
EU
and the Lost
novels.
Legacy.
Right.
But like this one right here, Empire Strikes Back, I can guarantee you the Empire Strikes Back novel is
Yeah.
not what we see in the movie.
Oh, I'm
Well,
pretty certain
because
of
it
that
has
as well.
things
When
Can I just
when
say,
you
what has
when you read the
major
novels,
difference-
Now, here's another one I've read that Teague's probably read as well, Han Solo and the Lost
I've
Legacy
read
by
all those
Brian
you've-
Daley.
I think I have
Yep.
everything you've shown so far.
That bleeds
Yep,
over into
same
the
here
Cho
as
Droids,
well.
but the thing is, with the novels, it says things that can't be in the movies, like Luke thought to himself. You know what I mean? It gives
Yeah.
us
Mhm.
that
Yeah,
information.
yes,
That's
yes.
The Emperor knew when he said this
And-
that he meant that.
And I
And
do
then-
have. I'll
Oh.
Somebody please remind me about the EU force, because I will come back to it, but it's something a lot of
Force
people
healing
might
is
not
only in
understand.
video game. Force
Yeah.
healing is only in video games until that movie. That should have been left in video games. It makes sense in video games.
All right.
So this is what I remember all the way back in 1980. Han Solo
Wait,
Lost
wait,
Legacy.
Wait,
Hi,
because
Tony.
Raquel said something,
Oh,
so I
yeah.
want her to.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
hey,
Sorry.
Sticker of Iron. But Rinker Steve has to leave. Rinker
Okay.
Steve, do you want to chill out
Rinker
your channel
Steve.
before you take
I'll
over?
shill for my own show. No worries.
I will
I
subscribe
pay my
if
own
I'm not
self.
already.
I do a show every Tuesday now, 7 p.m.
Cool.
Pacific time, called Manorama, where it's just a bunch of men talking about how guys can be men, and it's very
Now I'm a man.
yeah. And we're talking about forget what is it? I even created the title of it. It's Forgive and Never Forget. And we're doing a couple of call signs on the show. So a couple guys are gonna have a very special call sign, a nickname. And yeah, so you can
Ooh.
check
Oh,
us
wow.
out every
I don't want
Tuesday.
my wife to know I'm on this stream.
Well, she's gonna find out. Howdy, everybody. Yeah, so this is fun talking about Star Wars.
Oh, this is
Sweet.
I had a blast.
Yes.
dude.
Thanks for coming, Steve.
Yeah.
Steve, are you
Uh,
on Twitter or Instagram or any
Yeah.
of those other handles?
You can find me on Twitter at not Rancor Steve.
Did somebody have Rancor Steve already?
No, I had it and I got nuked.
Okay, you just put not
Oh.
Rancor.
No.
Oh man, are you kidding? Oh my gosh.
damn.
Some of this
But,
stuff is so ridiculous, I swear.
You
Yeah.
can
Curse.
find
It's the It's the curse of the blue check mark.
yeah.
Yeah.
You can find Rancor Steve's Manorama podcast on Rumble.
Oh, yes,
Since,
exactly. Awesome.
since YouTube is, bringing down the hammer so much.
I know.
Wow.
But
And are
I'm
you
gonna head
pretty
out.
much
You guys
just
have been
live
fun.
streaming? Are you pretty much
Thanks
just
for
live
coming.
streaming? Do you do anything else?
Yeah. It's
Good to
mainly
see you,
just right
buddy.
now, just a live stream and on YouTube at Rancor
Okay.
Steve if you want to
All
go
right.
there. Sometimes
All
we
right.
might do a podcast with some of the people on the show. But
Just trying
there's
to
some
get the
things I want to
information out
try.
real quick.
Yeah, just type in on Rumble or YouTube Rancor Steve and you'll find it
Peace.
pretty simple. But Rumble is where I do the main show, and that's a lot of fun. So
That's cool.
I'm hearing a lot of more people are going over to Rumble. A lot more
Yeah.
people. Really,
Yeah.
really
I'll catch
fast.
you guys later. It's been fun.
Bye, good
Thanks
night.
for coming. You have a
Yeah.
good night,
Very
Steve.
Later, buddy.
All right, I'll
Good
see you
seeing
guys.
Later.
Yeah, Rumble will come into its own when enough people sign up for
No,
it because you
please.
have to have a Rumble account to comment.
Ooh, crystal layer.
So there's not really any chat. You have to I
Yeah,
stream
that's
on
what it
both.
seems like.
I split
Huh.
my stream between Rumble and YouTube. So today I got like 80 or 90 views on YouTube, which is not bad, right? But on Rumble, it was still going up at 140 or 160 when I came on here. So Rumble's a great force multiplier, and I urge everyone to try it. And I'd say it's worth the extra couple of steps in programming of Streamlabs. If I could figure it out, being a fucking Xer, you guys can too. You guys were born into technology. My generation had to adopt it. But
Yeah.
I went on there and I was able to get onto Rumble, and it's been really good for me as a force multiplier. There's times when it takes a day or two for my YouTube view count to go up, but on Rumble, I always get a bigger bang. People can say what they want. It's the same 5 top stories across the top of both YouTube Premium's page and Rumble's. They're selling the same stuff. Anything they say about the ideology of it, you know what? I don't care. These people who come to my show where I don't talk about any politics or the real world at all, politics is should the Federation intervene? Is the prime directive in play here? I promise the world will be the same when you leave. You can go to Rumble, and those people get to a point where they don't want to hear about what's going on anymore, and they want to go and think about things, and maybe even a better time when there was better Star Trek, and they enjoy seeing us call out the old Star Trek. So on Rumble, they want to be entertained just as much, and I've never talked about any politics there, and there's a strict no politics rule on saving Star Trek. And today we got through a whole World War II movie without talking about politics, because at this point it's history, right? We're going to debate FDR elected 4 times. I had a problem with the way, he wasn't perfect, but there was no political aspects to it. It was fun, and we got to talk about
Really?
things that matter. It was
Who's
fun to talk
sharing,
about this stuff.
who's sharing this right now?
Pop
Excuse
culture is,
This is
and
me.
these are Han Solo books.
Yeah, this
well,
is
they look like
way
they're
back in
EU and some Han Solo.
1979.
Yeah.
These
Now,
are very
before-
early
1979.
Yeah.
Wow.
They take
Long
they take
before-
place. By the way, they take place in the corporate sector that is alluded to in the crawl before the Solo movie. So I was like, okay, wow, they were
That's a
smart
good
enough to
question.
do this. They were smart enough to do this out of the books, but then it was nothing the same.
I have a
yeah.
quick question.
Yeah.
I have a
I
quick
have a
question.
quick
Four.
answer.
only.
Go
Go ahead.
for it.
Just look up the 3 look up the Han Solo trilogy and see what those 3 particular books are. I think it's I just
Okay,
can't
one.
remember. The adventures and the trilogy are different.
Okay, when you say Han Solo trilogy, I immediately think of what I read way back when. I remember.
See, that's what I'm
Han
trying to
Solo at
remember
Star's
what they
End,
are, because
Han
like
Solo at Star's End, Han Solo's Revenge, and then Han Solo and the Lost Legacy. That's what
and
I
is
remember.
that the series with the guy before Chewbacca, with that other werewolfy kind of dude?
Well, it looks like it has Chewbacca right on the
Okay,
cover
then those
here.
could be the maybe I'm getting them confused.
Yeah,
That's why. Oh,
because
see how it
this is
says? No, there it
1979.
is. There it is right there. Han Solo Adventures. Go down more.
Yep. Yeah, right there.
Go down more. Scroll down. Whoever is on that.
Yeah, Han
And then it
Solo.
says
That's
Han
another
Solo
Han
Adventures.
Solo
Okay,
adventure.
that's
the
what I was
last
curious.
one.
Now
Yeah.
look up the Han Solo trilogy.
Okay.
Keep scrolling. That'll
See,
be probably
this
next.
era is what
We
I'm
want to know
familiar
what the
with
Han
long
Solo
before-
trilogy
right.
is
You're
his
probably
origin
thinking
story. The Han Solo trilogy is his origin story because
right
There we go.
here.
There's Heir to the Empire.
Han Solo
Yeah.
trilogy, I had
You
each
might
book
be.
individually, and then my brother bought me a combined set. So what
Cool.
the Han Solo trilogy
Tony.
is this is his life before he knows Jabba and before he knows Chewbacca, and it
Yeah, you're probably thinking
explains
of this one. That's
the-
cool.
See, and I can't remember which one is which necessarily, but
Mhm.
Thanks for coming, Tony. Have a good night.
oh shoot,
Tony,
Tony, he was on
Hey,
here.
Tony's
Tony.
Tony's link is in the chat. He's retiring from YouTube, so subscribe to him now. He's gonna
Shut
do
up.
uploads.
Oh no.
He
Oh
says
no,
he's
no,
gonna
no. He
mostly
said
do
he like
uploads.
I think you're.
Oh,
you're
he's just
confusing.
live streaming.
I think you're
Yeah, he's
confused
changing
on
his
Admiral.
focus. No, I know. I'm kidding. Tony's a good friend.
Oh, okay.
Oh dang! I'm
He's
gonna.
doing,
Oh, you and your New York comedy. Jeez.
No, that the conversation we're referencing was actually in my show's group
Woof.
chat.
Jeez, dude.
So
think.
Okay.
Tony is doing his last live panel stream tomorrow.
Oh,
So
wow.
I would recommend everyone go check out his channel
Yes. I'll go over there
tomorrow because that's going to be his last live panel. But he will be doing other content on his channel, just not live panels.
I've
So,
seen some of the stuff.
So he's not exactly tiring from YouTube.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I that was absolutely a joke. But if you've seen some of the new stuff he's doing, he's getting pretty good at video essays. So I expect great things from my good friend Tony.
Mhm.
Well,
That's cool.
well, live streaming is one thing. When you can actually concentrate, if you do live streaming well, when you can concentrate your thought and go back and edit, it becomes a
Mhm.
whole new animal. You're like a
Let me tell you
monster at that
something.
point.
Live
You're just a
stream is
monster
so
at that point.
hard. You as soon as you start to hit the live button, 20% of your IQ abandons you.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
I feel that each and
Yeah.
every time.
I love
feel
it.
that
Everybody's
each and every time.
everybody is
awesome.
absolutely laughing out loud in agreement.
awesome.
Like people write things that make sense and I can't make sense of them. I'm like, Davis. I'm sorry, Gina Davis. It's like my mind is like a blank. I can't understand
It's a
anything.
very similar thing when you're like, oh, that first time you invite your friends out to karaoke and they come.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh,
Yeah.
I'll sing a song. And it's like, oh, really? Okay. It's a reality check. It's a reality check in a good way.
Yeah.
It only becomes bad if you take it bad and negative because it shouldn't be. It's a positive thing.
There's
all
Tony
this stuff is a positive
Stark's
thing.
channel. Go check him out.
That's
Oh,
cool.
well,
okay.
Yeah.
Personally, I love karaoke because I can sing.
So back to
I don't
the
have to worry about
adventures.
that.
I don't remember exactly what the adventures were about, but I did read them. I do have them.
Yeah.
But
This one I
think,
haven't read.
I think
I
the
think the,
trilogy, he has another companion. Like
Okay.
he looks like a werewolf kind of alien. And I'm like, oh, so when he meets Chewbacca, it's like, oh, that's no problem. But the Han Solo trilogy, one of these trilogies explains how he knows Wookiee, why he wants to be a smuggler or a pirate, because he was kind of an orphan and he fell into this group. And he was kind of like the squire on a pirate ship. What would you call that? Like he basically was that guy.
Yeah,
like he
yeah.
fell into a pirate group and they had their ship and
Cabin boy. The word you're looking for.
basically,
Is
yeah,
Cabin
he was
boy,
like
yeah,
a cabin
yeah.
boy. So he learned as he grew up, he befriended everybody. And of course, the captain loved him because he kind of raised him, But we don't get that we get Woody Harrelson's character. We don't get Talon
Yeah.
Card. We get
No,
Woody
we don't.
Harrelson's character. So
We
that's
get
kind of what we got.
Yeah.
And we got this weird, because Han Solo in the books, in many books, humanoids, human race, whatever, basic race, whatever they're calling it,
Mhm.
can't make Wookiee sounds. So as soon as he made those Wookiee sounds, I was like, well, there goes all those books.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, it was just like, well, there goes Talon Card. There goes the Wookiee chef that he learned how to speak Wookiee from. He could understand her, but he couldn't speak it, you know, kind of thing. But it's like there's so much that goes out the door every movie they made. It's like, damn, well, there goes that. Damn, there goes that, you know. And
No,
but
I
I
just
won't
look-
I won't let
yeah.
it go.
No, I know.
But-
I agree. I
But
look
all those
back
Han
at
Solo, all that Han Solo stuff is so good. It's
It is.
very much worth reading. All
I mean,
I'll
that
it's
have
been-
to
it's been-
check it out sometime.
or audiobook.
Um,
A lot of people do
Yeah.
the
It's also-
audiobooks. A
it's
lot of
also
people
good.
like the audiobooks because they have the sound effects in them now. They like actually
Mhm.
have the licensed sound effects, which is really cool.
that's really cool.
So now their radio play is cool.
Basically, yeah, it's like a play, yeah.
Well, I am going to end the live stream here, guys. Thanks
That's
for
cool. Yeah.
everyone for coming.
Thank you so
let's
much
see.
for
Oh, thank
having
you
us.
for having us.
Yeah,
Very
thank
cool.
you,
Yes,
guys.
thank
I
you.
really appreciate it. Let's see who's here. Jedi Master Raven, thank you for being here.
Hello?
Mortar Blows.
Hello?
We have Lemon Pie.
What's up?
Lemon Pie. Rock of the Bizarro. Canadian Spider-Man.
Idiot.
Wes Cagle. Nemesis of Eden. I love that name. Nemesis of Eden.
Sounds spicy.
Is that
We
an
got
anti-angel?
Emerald Teague here. We got Pulpster. PS no PCR. Sorry,
Or just pop.
or pop. Well, there's so many other pop cultures.
I
get
know.
Pops, yeah.
confused.
I got a
Funny
pop
enough.
and a pops now.
We got D.D. Myers,
Yay.
Mr. Peabody, the Protastic Murakitty,
Yeah.
Castle, and we got Panawadi, and of course we have Emerald Teague.
Yay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got mentioned twice, so I'm very proud of that. Thank you.
You're
All right,
welcome.
who's streaming next? No, I'm
We
just
got
kidding.
Ranker Steve here. We got Tony Stark here. I'm hoping I'm not missing anyone else, but if I am, I'm so sorry.
Well, we
Yes,
mentioned
Ray
Wes Cagle,
Lucard. Yeah,
Ray
thanks for
Lucard,
coming
yes.
here. Really appreciate it.
And some chick named Raquel SSG2211.
Wait, are girls in the chat? No.
Don't tell anyone. I don't like grills.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, check Ranker Steve channel on Rumble. Since everyone's moving on to Rumble because yeah, YouTube's been pretty harsh, and it's gonna get
Yeah.
harsh, even more as we move
And
on to
don't
next
bother
year.
with- Don't bother with Odyssey. It's owned by Google, who owns YouTube. It's the same exact thing. So I don't know if it'll
wow.
be banned across platforms, but Odyssey's going to know about your YouTube problems. And also, Odyssey had a weird internal economy along the lines of Reddit. I didn't like it at all. I can see why people keep pushing for Kick. And if the people over at Rumble would just drop their you can't really like or comment unless you have an account. And I don't know why people won't make an account, but no one wants to, because I guess they were so effectively smeared. But I'll take the 125 lurkers.
For real.
Yeah, from what I'm
Mhm.
hearing, Rumble is the go-to spot. Kick is really
Two-
similar to Twitch, but a lot more better than Twitch. I would
And
say.
what I'll say to the people that are not subscribing for one reason or the other, if you have a cell phone and you use it to view this stuff,
Mm-hmm.
They already have the information you don't want them to have. You may as well subscribe to these other things. If you have to make an account, it's not that big a deal. They're not.
Mhm.
You're not. That
Yeah, they didn't-
company's
I
not
don't-
getting
I-
your information. It's already
I
got.
only have to
Don't
give
feel
them my
uncomfortable.
firstborn, and it's owned by. It's owned
The
by.
only
it's
thing I
owned-
say is
um,
don't do TikTok because it really is an invasive thing. It
Listen,
infects
Rumble
other
is
things.
actually.
You know,
Just very quickly,
that's the only
Rumble
thing I
is
say.
actually. Yeah, TikTok sucks, but Rumble is owned by Cantor Fitzgerald. They're a hedge fund company in New York. That's all they are, and they're the point of impact. And on 9/11, they're in that tower,
But
in that
it's-
building, in that tower.
Don't worry
So,
about
like,
your information being compromised because if you're watching us on YouTube,
They don't want your
you
credit
can
card.
get a Rumble or a Kick account. Don't worry about it.
They do not.
Right.
They absolutely do not want your credit card. They don't give a fuck about
And especially
that.
us, we are not big money winners.
Nope.
Yeah,
No, not at all.
I use
Nope. Not
I
at
use
all.
I use
They're
the email
not
I
coming
use for
after us.
contests and porn.
Oh God.
Anywho, check out Stark of Iron's last panel live stream tomorrow.
That's your
I'll
own
be
regression.
probably be there as well. So go check him out tomorrow, and hopefully I'll see you there. Thanks for everyone coming by. Tomorrow or today, actually later today, I'll be getting back into my gaming channel. I'll be playing more of Gotham Knights and Hogwarts Legacy this
nice.
weekend. I need to finish this 2 games, so check out my gaming channel later on. Later
Now I'm
today.
curious, are you doing Gotham Knights on a console or are you doing it on
Console.
the PC? Console,
Console.
okay. I'm just curious because of the problems that people have been having. So when I watch, I like to know.
Right. So wait. Let me get my link for my channel real quick.
I really did not jump in soon enough. There's so much you guys talked about Ahsoka and Rebels, and I was like, ah!
There you
Yeah, I
go.
didn't jump in.
There's my gaming channel right there. You can check
Oh,
me out
cool.
later on
I
today
wa-
when I'm playing Gotham Knights and Hogwarts Legacy on Saturday. And with that, y'all, thank you for coming over. Thank you so much. Click that like button, share the stream out, and if you'd like to see her, subscribe. And with that,
Like,
guys,
subscribe, and share. Thank you,
Mhm.
Raquel. This was a pleasure.
thank you
Thank
guys
you
so
for
much for coming
having
over
me.
here. I really
I
appreciate
really
it.
do appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
What a sweetheart. Ah.
Aw, thank you.
Oh, I'm toxic. I'm sorry.
Don't watch Ashoka. Just listen to the reviews. You heard it here first. You can save yourself a month of Disney Plus. I've watched it twice while I've been on this stream, and it
No,
was just
steal your relative's account. Watch it all.
Well,
Rosario Dawson's expression has not changed. I've watched this twice now. It does not change throughout the entire 2 episodes.
Orange people have no expression. I say that because they have no rights.
What?
Okay. Well,
Really
it's
hit
like
the
you know,
Oompa Loompas.
regardless, like even if it's good or bad, I'm still gonna watch it because it's still somewhat enjoyable. And
Watch it.
and with that,
I watch
we're gonna
New
get
Trek.
out
I
of here.
can't blame.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
blame
Good night,
anyone.
everybody. See you
Watch
later.
it. Watch
If
it.
this is your first time being here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. You can also follow me on Twitter and Instagram at RaquelSSG2211. Catch you later.